Watch this.
Watch it. Football talk is a big hit. Sunday nights to Wednesday nights, we striking a match cause we lit. Y'all know the name, we call it the Dub. On Friday nights, it feel like a club. Getting that VIP treatment on the sideline, they showing us love. Great interviews, go hugs, putting in work, go good. Texas youth and high school talking to page on Facebook, hold up. Coach trying to stand on the scene, giving advice, he do what he mean. Jay Mack and Swaggy Wick, rocking the gear, it's so clean.
Big guys and goes easy, off the easy, push easy. With my steppers, our special kids, making fixing so easy. Trying to win, we so greedy. All my fans are so needy, cause they need to hear them talk about that club. We do it for the dub.
We do it for the dub. We do it for the dub. We do it for the dub. That DF dub. We do it for the dub. We do it for the dub. We do it for the dub. That DF dub.
Welcome to the Dub, number one high school podcast starring Pat Boteezy, Jeremy McInnes, Whitfield Roderick, Coach Carr, and Ron Riser.
Well, all right. What's happening? What's going on? Welcome to the number one talk show. Speak out.
The Dub, baby. You heard it first. The Dub.
Yo, what's up? How y'all doing out there, man? We here for Let's Talk About It. Got a big show for you. I got some homies up in here today. First off, let me get to my co-host.
What up? What's happening, JB?
Hey, man, I'm chilling, man. Tell me about it. How you feeling?
Oh, I feel good, man. Feel good. Got a chance to watch some good football. Cowboys got a W, so that's always good. Michigan got a W, so that's always good. Carter got a W, so that's always good. Good weekend, good football, man. Excited.
Hey, man. Hey, Texas got a W. I'm happy about that. Hook 'em, baby. You know what I'm saying? Texas got a W. That made me feel good. My boys got a W. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Dub got a W. Everybody happy.
Man, and I think one of the things that shocked me the most probably had to be the Texas OU game. And leads me to think that is Oklahoma that bad? You know what I mean? Like 42 points bad?
They really are, man. I hate to say it like that, but they really are. But man, we got a crazy show today, man. I mean, you know, son, you know how we do. It's basically me and you and whoever else come on. But we got, hey man, we doing this, we doing it today, man. I got my homie. I'm gonna bring him in right now. I got my homie, Big Mark, is up in the house. What's happening?
What's happening, baby? Man, appreciate y'all. Hey, yes, sir. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Can you hear me?
What's going on?
Man, here.
Yes,
What's
sir.
up, Coach? How you doing?
Man, I'm blessed,
man, appreciate
brother.
y'all for having me, man.
Hey, man,
can't complain.
Yes, sir. Anytime, man. I'm glad you came through.
Yes,
man,
sir.
I know you be. Go ahead and tell us about, promote your podcast, because you know what I'm saying, we ain't about beefing, we're about building. So promote what you got going on, man.
Man, absolutely appreciate y'all, and that's one reason I began to follow. First, it go back a little ways with Pat Boteezy. Shout out to him. We actually met, I want to say around 2017 at a True Buzz event. Myself and my guy Matt Davison, we have a podcast called Top Texas Prospect Show. I also have a Houston podcast because I grew up in the Houston area. It's called Third Coast Gridiron. And then I have the On Your Mark Show, which is my show, all about that. And it's sponsored by Epic Sports Apparel. Every play I compete, when I pointed to the wrong shoulder. Shout out to my guy, Stephon Johnson. And I also travel with the 7-on-7 circuit, Dedication and Respect Sports DR7. I'm a scout. I write, do a little color commentating. I'm all over the place. And I also write for Prep Red Zone Texas as well as a scout.
You a trooper, D Money. That's my guy. So yeah, you good.
Absolutely. Hey man, did you play ball?
Yes, sir. Actually, Coach Carr, I was talking to J Mac. I think you played with one of my teammates from Booker T. Washington. That's where I went to high school at in Houston.
Mercury Hayes.
Played a little bit. Mercury Hayes, yes, sir. You know it.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah, that's my guy.
Yeah.
That's my guy.
Yes,
Booker
sir.
T.
He was a year.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Hey, shout out to Booker T as well. They're doing real good this year, 6-0. I think they ranked state. I went down there and visited with the coaching staff down there, Coach Chen and those guys. You know, they bringing it back, man. And yeah, Merck was a big time guy. We were talking about, me and J-Mac were talking about the Carter defense in 92 and 93. I came out in 93. So in 90, we played against Aldine. We had one of the best defenses up under you guys, probably in 90, 91. We were ranked in the top 10 in the state of Texas. Then back then we were 5A. You know, we played big boy football back then. And 2 years of college, my freshman year, I went to Southern Arkansas University as a fullback, and Northwestern Oklahoma State as a fullback as well.
Yeah, you look like a little fullback. Little.
Yes, sir. Hey,
I ain't trying to make him up in the hole.
Hey, he getting under everybody.
Yes, sir.
He's built for
run up here a
leverage,
little bit.
Jack.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Just follow him,
no man
Coach.
wins. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yes, absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
when I was in the offense in Southern Arkansas was based on the Cowboys, so I was a Moose Johnson type guy. You know, we ran ISO, 22 ISO, 23 ISO, 24 ISO, all those kind of ISOs up in there. So lots of lead blocking. But yeah, man, you know, since I'm not playing ball no more, that's kind of how I get into action, you know, is going to the games, you know, trying to expose guys that don't get the limelight. Now I'm gonna run into the big guys, you know, like the John Tays and you know, Burrell, who's committed to Texas, who I really wanted to see up close this past week where we were. You know, I get to see those guys, but it's the underrated guys that I like to see, like, you know, my guy DJ Bailey from DeSoto. He's a guy I've been following on 7-on-7, and this is his first year getting his feet wet in DeSoto, and he looks great. New breed, that's my guy. Shout out to my guy Twix, man. You know what I'm saying? That's one of my guys out here. You know what it is.
You need to write about that. You need to write about that kid that's at Crowley, that corner, that 6'4" corner. What was his name?
Hey, already on it.
Money.
Yeah, money.
Yeah, already on it.
Say.
No, that kid, he probably the most impressive corner that I didn't know about that I've seen. I mean, I like both their corners at North Crowley, but that dude, man, to be 6'4" and able to
4 was good as
do
well.
what he do.
Well,
yeah, number we had him on the show before.
Yeah, we had him on the show. We need to get money on the show. But you know,
just
for
him,
just for him, it's to me, what was more impressive is he was a wide receiver a year ago. And so they moved in the corner this year. And to be 6'4", like he has great quickness. He can burst to the ball. Like he goes after every ball. Like he doesn't look at it as a DB. So when he breaks on the ball, he's literally breaking on it like a receiver. So everything that about him is get him in to, oh, shoot, I got to go catch it. You know, and that's another thing like Trayvon Diggs, the same way that makes him special because he still breaks on the ball like a wide receiver. You know, he's not trying to block it down. He's trying to go catch everything. But no, man, he's going to be really good, man. Somebody get him, it's going to be a steal. Project written all over that kid.
Hey, man, I love him, man. Hey, man, we got a big show. I'm going to bring in Coach Allen and Coach Rowe here in a minute, but I don't see their faces. I don't like to bring people on if I can't see your face. So before I bring them on, I do want to ask you guys, and I talked to Will and Twix about this backstage before the show started, but you might know about it, Mark, but it was an issue that happened at a SWAC game with Jackson State and Alabama State University. Basically the Alabama State coach didn't appreciate the way Dion went about his business pre-show and some of the things he said during the week. And he felt like if that's how you feel, don't be trying to bro hug me, basically. And so first I want to get what you thought about that, Coach Carr. I know you know about it. I know you coached was it Alabama State for a minute, right?
A&M.
Alabama A&M. I'm sorry. So, but you was in the swag. You know about it, Black HBCU. So just coming from that, and I know Twix, you got a son in HBCU as well. So I just want to know you guys' opinion about that before I bring these coaches on. I just want to hear what y'all think about that.
I understand a lot of things, and I'm gonna say this, and I think it may. Well, I don't really care how it come off. I understand both sides, right? Like if everything is about respect with me, right? So if you lead with respect and we keep it respectful all the way around, then however we interact and however we move is always in a respectful manner. Period. Point blank. It is what it is. The woofing before the game, man, that's you got to know your personnel. That's prime. That's what he do. That's cool. For me, it's all right. Well, we'll show you, and we're gonna drag y'all on homecoming and show you why you on homecoming. Now, common courtesy before a game between head coaches is they always go to the 50-yard line. They always talk to each other, whether it's small talk or whatever. They always talk to each other. It's respect for each other. It's what they do, right? Now, if me and you don't get down like that, we ain't meeting at the 50. It is what it is. When you taking your walks around the field and you walk through the offensive team, the other team's offensive team, you could have walked around it. That's sending another sign, right? So Prime was playing a whole lot of mind games with Eddie Robinson even before he got there, right? But if you're gonna keep it to what it's about, if you say it's about respect and you say that's what it is, then okay, we're not gonna dap it up before the game or after the game. Or you just walk up to the coach or Prime, pull him in tight and say what you need to say to him and keep it moving, right? You could have did a whole lot of things other than the way it went down. The thing that I think disturbs me the most, and I think the thing that everybody is harping on, which is when he says Dion's not swag. I'm gonna say this, shameless plug. So Alabama, when I was at Alabama A&M, Prime first year in, that team, I was recruiting coordinator for that team 2 years. Built that team. We was getting transfers. We were getting high school kids. It just really built the program. They ended up beating Prime his first year, and then I think when Prime got his stuff together, came back, he ended up putting 50 on. So I'm gonna say this. At the end of the day, what Deion Sanders has done for HBCU football, what he has done for football and period, what he has done for not only his program but every program, whether it's NAIA, whether it's Division II, whether it's the SWAC, the MEAC, wherever it is, the SEAC, the CIAA, wherever it is, he has upped enrollment all across HBCUs. He has made coaches step up their game. And I'm saying that because I've always had a mentality when I was a recruiting coordinator at Alabama A&M, I went and got 3-star guys. You know what I'm saying? I went and got a man from SOC, the 3-star cat that had UTEP, Colorado. You know what I mean? Tyrese Chambers. That's at South Florida, not South Florida, Florida FIU, who's down there balling. He committed to Alabama A&M. The best wide receiver in college football, one of them, Tank Dell down in Houston, he was at Alabama A&M. So the problem with a lot of them coaches is they're lazy. Hey, they accept whatever it is that the coaches are willing to give them. And I didn't do that. And Prime has a bigger name and a bigger platform, and he has took this thing to a level where you can't even begin and fathom. And understand this: before Prime got to the HBCU, it may not have been as many, but there were definitely games on ESPN, ESPN Plus. You know what I mean? And he's up the viewership of HBCU football, and not just football, basketball. I mean, he plays a big role, and I would say it's the perfect storm. So here it is: we got COVID, Black Lives Matter, Deion Sanders, all at the same time, then everything kind of exploded. And if you look at it, this is kind of a black eye on black coaches and on the sport, and that sucks. But again, man, if you don't mess with them, don't mess with them. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense, but if I ain't rolling with you, I'm not rolling with you. Like we ain't gotta like buddy up and like bro hug each other. Like if you don't mess with me and you let that be known before the game, and Courtney Allen is a head coach right now, sitting head coach right now. I bet you every game before he was up in the booth, he stood at midfield and talked to every single coach before the game. If that coach didn't talk to him before the game and didn't show him any type of respect before the game, I can almost guarantee you it was going to be reciprocated at the end of the game. We're just talking about respect. Before we say I ain't swag, like, oh, that's immaturity. Like, all that was jealousy and hatred. Like, that was a lot of other stuff that brought into that statement. You know what I'm saying? And believe it or not, I'm gonna say this, and this is the truth. There are a lot of coaches and a lot of people within the HBCU community that thinks the same way that he does. You know what I'm saying? Like they really think that because as a coach. So here's the trials and tribulations of a black head coach that's in HBCU that didn't play in the HBCU. Because a lot of the coaches who played in the HBCU are coaching in the HBCU, and the first thing they say is, "You're not one of us." Well, what's one of you? You don't know what it's like to go to an HBCU. I've coached at them. I understand them. It is rough. Make no mistakes about it. You know what I mean? It is rough to play at it used to be. Now it's so much better now, you know what I mean, than anything else. So I just think that, man, at the end of the day, man, if you don't mess with me, bro, at the end of the game, we ain't messing with each other then. Don't dap me up, don't hug me up, don't do none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Keep that same energy. You know what I'm saying? Right. And I see you next year on the field. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just what it is. But when he did the other stuff, that's what made it worse. That's just my opinion.
Right. What you think about it, Sean? I know you got a son right there in HBCU right now.
Yeah. Ever since my son went to HBCU in the SWAC, I'm kind of paying close attention to it, and all the podcasts, the YouTube videos, the interviews, and I watch closely. None of them gave Deion the props, and Deion has been the same person since the 80s. Deion hadn't changed, and like I told y'all earlier, if you're not in a Deion circle, then Deion's this weekend emotional, because as a coach, you got to keep it professional. If it ain't personal, it's just football. Like Coach said, y'all meet at the field, dap it up, and be gone with it. It's football. Hell, we play games, on all levels. Deion walking through, they cussing at Deion, that's and this. Deion, he kind of react to it, but not big. Nothing to it, but keep it professional, man. We always have to do better, man. And like you said, it's extra. So, and I always go back to say crabs in the bucket, man. HBCU needs all the help they can. They can get these kids. But we as a people need to do better, invest in these schools, and do better. We can get these kids from these Power Fives, man, if we just invest in these programs and do better. And the coaches in the HBCUs, y'all got to do better recruiting, man, because there's kids out there that want to go, but y'all don't want to get them. And y'all have the same ideas as these Power Fives of who should be running y'all's program. And you know me, I'm always speaking on the quarterbacks, man. I've been seeing Alcorn State. I've seen Texas Southern. I've seen Southern. Man, the quarterback play is horrible. Hell, even, and I ain't gonna say nothing. My son's still there.
Yeah. Nah, I feel you. Hey, Mark, did you hear about it?
Yeah, I saw it. First of all, I think that there was a big build up to the whole week. You know, of course, like Twix said, you know, I'm a big YouTube watcher. I watch the pivot. I watch I Am Athlete. You know, any things like that. All the smoke, and I watch a lot of stuff that Dion. They have their own social media team. Back to when they were at Trinity Christian. I covered them when they were over there as well. He always takes that trek around. He wasn't kidding about that. If you know him, if you've seen him, if you've covered his games or been to his games, he always takes a run around the field. But I happen to see some of the footage through the Alabama State warm up, and through that side of the field. It was an animosity from the get go, beginning of the week. There was a lot of talk back and forth between, if you pay attention to interviews, the underwritten things that are not said, the body language, the posturing that we do as alpha males. It's the body language. Dion was ready to go from the get go, and if you go back and look at last year, the previous year, they put his picture up there, played Must Be the Money, put his picture up there after they beat him the previous year. You know what I'm saying? So this was bad blood from the get-go. The big thing is that it was on a national stage as far as the handshake thing. And you guys have been around football long enough. Like Coach Carr said, it's customary for them to handshake, the coin toss and those type of things. It's the reason I get to games early to kind of get the feel of it. That's what they generally do. And Coach Robinson made that very clear that, Coach Prime didn't do that at all. So, that was enough said to him. But, even if they didn't get along, I agree kind of with Coach Carr. You don't make that public. You talk to him behind scenes, and we see you on the field next year. You heard him adamantly say that next year he hopes that they're Jackson State's homecoming. And, they want to prove a point to that. But as far as him not being swag, I think that was a little jab at just, the whole Deion Sanders persona, larger than lifetime type thing. Now, if you've been around, like Twix was saying, this is the way he travels. He always has a bigger than life persona, even at the high school level when Shador and Shiloh were at Trinity Christian. He was very visible always. Coaching staff, Coach Hart, and those guys, they're there with him as well. This is nothing new. Jackson State, like he said, if you go back and look at the press conferences, Jackson State travels well. He was going on a week all week that they were scheduling them for homecoming. Usually you schedule a doormat. Right. You're bringing one of the top teams in the nation in there. So Alabama State kind of felt the way as well that they had that confidence going in. I think the difference in the game was my guy from North Shore, Demetrius Davis, got hurt early. That kind of took the wind out of sail because I had my eye on this game because I wanted to see how he would do. He's come in with a lot of fanfare coming from Auburn. He was a state champion here in the state of Texas from North Shore. This was a big game that I wanted to see him perform personally. He got hurt early. That kind of took the winds out of sail. It was a tight game. It was on, Alabama State went up early 6-0. And, Shador drives them back down. They get a touchdown. It was packed. And, if you listen to the comments after the game, Coach Prime mentioned that he built it up as much as he can. He made it like a title fight. He wanted to see both organizations and both student HBU student sections, but everything. He wanted to see them win. But at the end of the day, you do have to have a little grace and compassion when you lose. I think that was where Coach Robinson was just kind of pissed off about it. He was tired of seeing this guy, dap me up and go on, fist bump, do something. But, the only reason we know is because we had cameras everywhere, and that's the age we live in social media.
Yeah. I feel you, man. I just thought that was interesting. Wanted to hear you guys' opinion. I know Coach had was a recruiting coordinator and coached in the SWAC. I knew Twix got son SWAC, and so I thought it was an interesting story. Before we get into the Cartwright winners, do y'all have anything on that, Coach Allen? You ever had some beef where you didn't want to shake the coach hand?
I mean, I really don't care if a coach don't like me. I don't care. At the end of the day, the kids gotta play the game. You know what I mean? So if I feel like I prepared my team to win the game, I let them do it. You know what I mean? So I'm always stand at the 50. I'm gonna shake hands with him, even if I know he don't like me. I don't care. You know, because at the end of the day, me and him not playing the game, the kids playing. So it's about who prepare their team the best. You know, and so I'm gonna walk with that kind of confidence. You know, that my team ready to play. So I don't care.
But I mean, but at the same time, right? If you feel you've been disrespected by a coach, you gonna bro hug him?
So here's the thing. Here, you know, taking over a program that won 5 games in 3 years, we everybody homecoming this year. You see what I'm saying? And of course, I just take the same mentality Deion. I build that up. And I tell the kids, we they homecoming for whatever reason. You know, but at the end of the day, God been good to us. We've been on the winning side of that thing. So we've been spoiling some homecomings. You know, so for me, I'm gonna think about the work we put in, and I could care less if coach don't like me, man. Because at the end of the day, who's gonna prepare their team to win that game on Friday night? That's all that matters.
Hey, listen, I was at Morgan, man. We was a lot of people homecoming.
Yeah. But now,
So,
I ain't gonna lie.
ahead.
When you spoil it and you walk across that field and shake his hand, then he know what's up. You know what I'm
saying? That's my thing. Like to me, man, it's like know who you going against, right? So part of knowing your enemy is part of winning is to know thy enemy, right? If you know your enemy, you got 1,000 times chance better of winning that game. I would have been in. I'm deflecting him. He just do what he do. You know what I'm saying? We just gonna lock in and we gonna play ball. And I'm gonna show you why we scheduled you for homecoming.
Mm-hmm.
Like we not gonna sit here and be mad and be in our feelings about it. You know what I mean? Like we gonna compete. If you're gonna disrespect me though, on a personal level, then that's where it is. So then that's cool. I'm not gonna go out my way to come holler at you, but I'm not gonna be unprofessional. If I see you and it's like that, and you coming after the game, imagine that walking across that field, walking across that field, and you won that game, and you shapping his hand up. That's a different feeling, but that's just all about preparation, man. But anyway, I don't know, man. I digress.
I mean, I'm living it right now. You know what I'm saying? So, like I just said, you take over a program that won 5 games in 3 years, everybody's trying to line you up. You know what I mean? So real story, the day of the realignment this year, when they popped up on the screen, my phone started ringing. All kind of coaches calling, trying to play. And I took a game. I said, man, you think we're going to be sorry, don't you? I remember telling them that. And we beat them. You know what I'm saying? So, like people can think what they want. They can feel the way they want. But I'm always feel like if you put me at your homecoming, you must think we sorry. You must think we can beat you. So it's my job and my staff's job to got kids ready to play. And if we do a great job during the week, we'll let the kids play on Friday night. And so far, so good. So, we've been everybody homecoming, dog. I ain't tripping.
Hey, Coach, that's Coach Ty right there said, Coach Ty said, say, man, I heard you fake your injury for you can go to the press box. You eat that good food.
Think about me, bro. You know that. Don't do me like that.
Hey, they do be serving good food, man. I ain't gonna lie. That press box be nice now. I heard Mesquite treat you nice too. So Coach Rowe, I need press box passes next time.
Salad, candy, drink. I had all that up there.
They got everything up there.
Hey, we had a little issue this weekend though. I ain't gonna lie. We had a little issue Friday. We was at the North Crowley game, man, and I'm new to this media stuff, right? So,
yeah.
And let's not get it twisted. I'm Oak Cliff born and raised now, so you ain't gonna get away with a lot of stuff. And they ate up all the food, right? They ate up all the food, used all the silverware and stuff. So here come us. We late. Me, Will, Bo Teasy, Mark was there. Mark, we get up there. We just eating with whatever we got, right?
Scraps.
Yeah, we eat with the scraps. Now you tell me now, y'all coaches.
Yeah, that's why
Here
I just
come
stuck the
Bos-
water, man. I just stuck
Yeah,
the water.
we drunk the water. Now here come Boswell coaches coming up there like they ready to eat, right? Now the food already gone. We just up there just eating the scraps and just talking. They looking at us all funny looking, like we ate up all the food. We got there late, you know what I'm saying? They looking at us, you know. Then he said something smart. He opened the refrigerator. He looking at all the water gone, right? So he gonna say something. Oh, I guess, you know, and I ain't gonna lie, it took every bit of me. And Coach Gates, if you're listening, I'm sorry, but it probably ain't gonna happen nice next time. It took every bit of me then to bite my tongue. I'd never do it again. So from henceforth on, Boswell, you say that sports stuff again, it's gonna be a finger on your nose. I'm just telling you. But what you ain't gonna do is you ain't gonna be trying to charge me up for some stuff I didn't do. That's what you ain't gonna do. And your ass should have ate in the pregame meal. Hey, that's for the press box folks. You should have ate the pregame meal. Get it right, Boswell. I gotta call you out. I gotta call you out on your BS. I'm calling you out because y'all know I don't care. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be me. I'm calling you out. And I remember that coach who did it. I remember you, coach. Yeah, I remember you. Yeah. You gonna see me.
Hey, it shouldn't even been no problem because the hospitality lady, when she saw us came up, she was like, "Hey, I need plates. Y'all need this." She knew what the business was. That was Boswell late to the party.
Well, first of all, you at a game. You should have been in there trying to figure out how to stop inside zone and how to talk to your kids about not getting kicked out of the game when the game is on the line. So they have their own issues that they should have been worried about as opposed to food. But man, I don't know, man. I don't know. I ain't in the press box. See, when I was in the press box coaching, we didn't eat. We just went straight to the press box, sit down. Yeah, because you get up there probably Alan, a minute left for the half anyway, right?
You need to be trying to figure out how to stop number 19 that's kicking your ass. You need to be trying to figure out how to stop number 2. You don't need to be worried about no water, no food, none of that, dog. What you worried about that for?
I know what that press like, man. Hey, I be trying to talk to the coach and them jokers be gone. They be ready by a second eat. So I know I see now why they be gone.
You know what? You know what, J Mac, though? It's interesting because I sat up in the second half in the booth with Mark. I didn't go back down to the field, and just watching it from the booth is a totally different experience. You got a lot of cats. There was a lot of cats being fans up there. I was just tripping out on all the comments and all that type of stuff and the extra stuff that goes on up in the press box. But yeah, it's quite interesting up there. I'm glad I got to kind of chill out there the second half and watch it from that perspective.
I tell you what, the next coach do me like that, I'm gonna give him something to talk about in that press box.
No,
that's all I'm gonna say.
No, you're not. And that you know what it feels like, because when he said it, I kind of looked around and I looked at him and I kind of like shook my head and I looked around again because it's like you want to say something and you know how ignorant that ignorant person is inside of you, but that ain't the place to do that at. And so you talk that won't go through my head. But you mad at your ignorant person because you like, dog, I can't believe you let him make it on that. But hey,
J-Mac, you been in the press box?
Hey man, that was my first time. They might not let me ever back again.
Hey, what you doing Friday?
What you want me to do Friday?
I don't give a shit what you do Friday. I'm gonna be coaching. I'm just saying.
He said come in the press box with him. Hey coach, give us a headset and we'll rock with you. Let us call one play.
I'm not headset, but you come over there and see what it look like.
I tried to get them this Friday. They had other stuff to do.
Hey man, it was just the principle of it, coach. That really bothered me because I know that stank look on people's face.
Well,
man,
y'all want to come Friday? Let me know. I ain't giving
Got the headset.
You can come.
All I'm saying is that Beckley and Sanger, where I grew up at, before I moved to the good part of Oak Cliff, it was about to come out.
Understood.
You ain't finna be telling me. You ain't finna be. See, it bothers me. That's why I'm mad about it now, because I'm like, Will, the ignorant person in me saying, your finger should have been on his nose then. So now I can't ever in life let nobody else make it.
Yeah, you got to though.
He took that pass. He took that pass.
No. You just got to find another way to do it, right? You have to finesse it, right? It's called. All right. So in a situation like that, a subtle remark would have been suffice to get his attention. You know what I mean? But let him make it, bro. Because at the end of the day, man, that dude, we would have got kicked out of North Crowley.
We would, and I didn't want to disrespect Coach Gates. That's really why I didn't do it.
I would have went with you, because we came together. But because we all, you got kicked out, I had to ride with you. But I'd have been like, no.
Hey, it is what it is, man. Like I said, man, that just bothered me. I had to get that off, and I hope Boswell coaches show better etiquette. You ain't got no business eating next time. That's why you took the L. If you'd been out there, if you'd been trying to figure out how to stop the number 19 and double team number 2, you probably would have got the win.
Hey, J-Mac, you sound like Eddie Robinson Jr. tonight.
Hey man, I'm on my Eddie Robinson Jr. right now. I'm on my Eddie Robinson Jr.
Hey, but J-Mac, here's the problem. You can't double team number 2 and take number 19 away. It's too explosive.
No,
pick one
at all. And I ain't gonna lie, that number 1 is, if you blink, he gonna catch it for a 60-yarder.
Hey,
yeah, I was impressed with number 5.
Play, man.
Boswell. Number 5 for Boswell. He
corner.
followed.
The corner.
Well, he's a corner, but he's a safety, right? You know what I mean? But and he followed him the whole way, all around the field. And he held his own, and he gave us some shots, but that just shows you how good number 2 is. Like, I remember when I was at Morgan State, and like, I talk to him all the time. And man, that dude there, man, like, don't be surprised. He committed to Wake Forest, but don't be surprised if he end up in a school in the state of Texas.
Now he's going to Vanderbilt.
He committed to Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt. I'm sorry, Vanderbilt. Like, don't be surprised.
Yeah, Texas is gonna be on him, man. But anyway, let's switch subject. We ain't gonna talk about that. Coach, y'all won the battle, Cartwright. What's happening, Coach Rowe? I see you. That's my guy right there. That's the young homie. You know what I'm saying? That's my guy right there, man. That's my young homie right there. I want y'all to tell me about the game, man. First, you, Coach Allen, and then Coach Rowe. After he finished, you tell me what you thought, because you was kind of co-running it or running it, however y'all do when Coach Allen is out. Well, I guess he back, so I guess you just listening, following orders. But just tell me how it go, man. And this time, how did it work, Coach? Because you made the difference this time. This time you got the W in the press box. So tell me about the game.
Man, well, one thing about it, we're gonna play defense. I feel like our kids answered the bell, man. They was out there hitting hard. Turnovers. They were like 3 or 4 turnover takeaways. And that's the style of football we like to play. The issue I think that we got to continue to grow in is capitalizing in the moments when our defense gives us the ball back. You know what I mean? So, hats off to Marcus, Coach Harris, and his guys. They kept fighting. You know what I mean? But we played our style of ball. You know what I'm saying? And that's physical as hell. Is how we play football. And so we came out on winning. We gave them a touchdown late. it was like 24-10 with almost like a minute or two left, and they threw a touchdown and caught it. And so, we got to be better in those moments and learning how to step on the opponent's neck and finish them. But again, like I said, I think our defense was a difference. They were fast, they were physical, they were hitting hard as hell. Looking at them from the box, I was proud of them, and so, going forward, if our defense can continue to get better week to week, I think we're gonna have a chance to do something special. But then, them rivalry games, they be crazy. You know what I mean? Both teams playing with pride on their shoulders. Mesquite kept coming, they kept coming back. But we just gotta do better at putting people away, for us. But like I said, I think our defense was stellar the other night. So hats off to Coach Leg and my putting a great game plan together. And playing like we do. People always ask, why y'all lift weight so much? Because of that. We trying to build our team to play football in November, man. So I'm really appreciative of how they approach the game defensively.
Yeah, I thought you guys did a great job, man. My question.
Go ahead, my bad.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Coach.
No, I was just gonna say, man, defense balled out, held under 44 yards rushing. That's impressive. And I think one of the things that I always noticed when I saw you guys earlier, I always say offensively, because they run the ball so well that once that defense comes around, they're gonna have a good chance of making a run. And I thought that was holding y'all back from really taking the next step. So to be able to do this against a team like Mesquite and impose your will and almost have two guys over 100 yards rushing, I mean, shoot, that alone is going to serve you well, because in November when it gets cold, that's what you're going to need. So good job, Coach.
Appreciate
you. That's the thing. To piggyback off what Coach Allen said, our defense, in my eyes, I do offense. Defense won this game for us. Offense, we were kind of trying to get our stuff together and come back as a unit after halftime and, try to go ahead and push this win through. But like he said, the defense really held it down. Coach Leggins, like he said, Coach Leggins and staff. I know Coach Carr, D-line, the D-line played real big this game. You know what I'm saying? Getting a quarterback sack at the sack. Coach Riser and his boys. And the linebackers, Coach Dunn and Coach Mack, had them boys ready to go and everything. And I get my hats off to the defense, because without them, I think the game may have been a little closer. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, our defense really played good. And that's one thing that I look for. If the defense is all of a sudden right now, we got to play catch up to them. You know what I'm saying? So they playing playoff football right now. So, I was happy about that. But as far as the offense go, we got to come back to the drum board and start back over and execute a little more, a little better. And shout out to Coach Harris too, man. Them boys were ready to play too.
Hey,
man. It sounded like it was a great game, man. I was looking at my notes, man. I saw one thing that stood out to me was like, Coach, you told us Wednesday that you settled in on the quarterback, right?
Yeah.
So the quarterback had a big run early, right? Like 70-something yards run.
Mm-hmm.
But overall for the game, you only had 46 yards passing. Now I saw my man Muse had 100-something yards on was it 16 carries? Yeah, on 13 carries. Now he had it on 13 carries, he had 108 yards. So I gotta ask you, the other kid, the other sophomore White had 24 carries, 96 yards. So I gotta ask you, what made you shortchange my guy Muse on the carries?
Oh, what happened now?
Nah. Didn't nobody get shortchanged. It just, it's the way the flow of the game was going. It just, that's how it went. Some players we call for White, it's better for White to run than some players we call for Muse, it's better for Muse to run. Like right now, we look at him as thunder and lightning. Muse, he's a bruiser in between the tackle, and White more of an outside, but White can run through the tackle too. You know what I'm saying? So like Muse had like one run for like I want to say like 70 or 65 yards, the one that he ran a touchdown on. You know, so
Alan, I was just asking about the disparity in the carries, cause Muse my guy. Now I know White is good. I know White is good. You know what I'm saying? I know White is good, but to me, Muse is a threat every time he touched the ball.
Yeah, right. So I'll address it all for you right here. Okay, so in a game, you have a game plan, right? You see all this stuff that you possibly can do against a team. But at some point, you're gonna figure out what they just ain't all the way right on. You know, they're not stopping. And it came back to our bread and butter was the counter. And so when we got back down to running the counter and we were having big games and shit, what am I gonna throw the ball for? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not, we're just establishing a culture here. You know what I mean? Right now, I don't care about style points. I don't care about none of that. All we trying to do is win the game. We'll get to the style point stuff a little later. You know what I'm saying? But right now, we get in the game, whatever we feel like is gonna get us to the end of the game with the 1 point or more, that's what we're gonna do. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
absolutely.
Our passing game really, it wasn't popping. It wasn't popping, but we can run the ball. So when we figured out how to just run the ball and get the game won. You know what I'm saying?
We got fresh legs. We got fresh legs too. We got 2 of them.
Well, that's the other thing too. If you look at the game, to me, Coach, it looked like you just played a complimentary game, right? You know what I mean? Mesquite is an explosive team. So that's not a team that you kind of want to get into a situation where y'all can go back and forth with. You know what I mean? Offensively, the way y'all play the game, y'all control the clock. You let your defense play ball. They playing good field position. You punt when you need to punt. The game is a game of attrition, and y'all just play to the fourth quarter, which is why if you always look at your teams, y'all always, excel in the fourth because y'all wear teams out. And it's hard to sit there and take a pounding. And Jay, if you really look at it, 24, he was just a workhorse. Sometimes, man, you can have the best game plans that you need, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes a kid just shows up that day and it's just his day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you kind of got to.
That's my point, Will. Let me hold on. You didn't hear me. So I didn't copyright it like I did last week. I just wrote it down. But the stats is my man Muse, 13 carries, 108 yards.
Oh, okay.
My man White. My man, I ain't hating. My man, 24 carries, 96 yards. See, now we looking at a Tony Pollard, Ezekiel Elliott type situation. Now you can do the math on how many yards per carry.
Jay, man,
you can do the yards.
Listen,
hold on, cuz.
Hey, but listen. All right.
Man, why they had no 24 carries for no 5 yards? Like what? What they
No, 96.
96.
Okay. So basically we had 2 backs for 100 yards. Man, I ain't doing no 50.
Exactly. My point exactly. And Coach, you almost had 3 because Beck had 77. You rush for over 300 yards rushing. So I don't know what Coach McKinnis is talking about. I'm just saying I can line up and I can just run the ball down your throat. I'm
talking about give Muse the rock. You know what I'm talking about, Will?
Hey, but check this out though. Here's the thing. And I don't care what nobody say. We can line up, we can throw that ball all across that football field. When that weather change, we playing good defense, we can run the ball, we got to change.
It travels.
You gotta run that ball when it's cold.
That's my philosophy. That's how I feel as a coach. People don't like it. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, if we playing great defense and we can run the ball, we can beat anybody.
We winning.
I don't like it, but we gonna talk about it forever though, because you my man.
I don't know. Like Coach Carr said, like Coach Carr said, like end of the day in the fourth quarter, we got fresh legs and running backs going in and out. So on the D line, he know, hey man, you get tired, and linebackers get tired of chasing them dudes sideline to sideline, and fresh legs come in and out. That's hard to stop, man, especially when it's cold.
Right.
I mean, I ain't tripping, man. I just thought it was, hey. I gotta ask, dog. That's what I do.
Hey, Muse gonna get his.
That's what I do.
Both of them 10th graders.
I know
Both
they
of them
10th graders, coach, but the ball. I mean, you know what? I ain't gonna divide and conquer nothing like that. But I'm just saying.
Nah, hey, you can't. But guess what though?
My man Muse need about 20 touches. Can I just say that?
I tell you what.
Hey man, listen, he had 250 yards 2 weeks ago, Dermy.
Well, why didn't he have it this week?
You want that kid to be fresh when playoffs come, dog.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Why you want to wear him out?
Why is 20 touches too
Jeremy
much?
turns to Deion Sanders in his argument now.
J-Mac.
Hey, I'll be proud.
Hey, J-Mac, listen to me. You hear me?
I got you, bro.
Listen to me. You talking about Titus Muse, Kavonte White. I'm going to tell you about Jamari Andrews on nobody know about.
Oh.
Hey, and I'm finna put him on the scene now. So
now.
What grade he in?
He a sophomore.
He a sophomore.
You got 3 sophomores?
Say, dog, this thing loaded over here.
Bro.
That boy done turned into Allen Wilson over there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically what he finna do. Hey, Con know that offense. He'll run.
Hey, Coach Rowe, you got to install the wishbone now, all them backs.
Hey, we have to do something, man. Because and the thing about it, we got one more kid named Matthew OJ who just come back from injury, and he can run too. He just not getting back in the form.
Somebody no doubt. Slot.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
I mean, but you know, regardless of it, y'all got the dub. Hey man, you know I'm proud of you. Regardless, my opinions is my opinions, but you know I'm gonna always have to bring them up, and you can shoot them down. I ain't got no problem with you shooting them down, but you know, I'm gonna say it though. You know what I'm saying? But I do got your quarterback. So did you settle in on a running quarterback? Because he only had 46-yard passes, but I saw he had a lot. He had quite a few running.
I mean, hats out to Mesquite because they came to play. So they had like some good coverages, you know what I'm saying? Like a good game plan on defense. They kind of caught us off guard. But I mean, I think this probably was the first time he played quarterback to where he knew he was the guy. Going in, it was more like, okay, you're going to play this, you're going to play that. But I think this is the first game where he actually knew he was the guy. It's a rivalry game, and y'all know in a rivalry game, it was packed. I think he was kind of nervous because there was some throws he could have made. He didn't pull the trigger on. And so we had to tell him to trust his players, make plays. You know what I'm saying? Don't think plays, think, you know what I'm saying, think players. You know, so some throws, I think he should have let the ball go and let the players make plays for the most part. You know what I'm saying? But I think this week coming out, he'll be a lot better.
All right. Hey, Coach Ad, I know you said you're gonna have to go, Coach Ad. Hold on, Twig. I'm gonna let you get your point on. But I know Coach Allen said he was gonna have to go in a little bit. So I always appreciate. Hey, we're gonna have to bring you back on Wednesday because now you got to pick against Matt Stepp, see, in person.
Hey, well, let me be the first to tell you. Y'all can look at y'all records for this week, but I beat y'all. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
I'm about to look at that. Yeah, see.
I did that.
I think Coach did go 9-2.
9-2.
Hey, look, let me tell you something. I know what's up, but let me tell you, Coach took the political approach. Now I think the quarterback didn't play good. I'm just gonna keep it 100. But that's the guy we think that can get us going. You know what I mean? So just because that game went like that, I ain't tripping. You know, because I know what he brings to the table. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna ride it out. You know, he's got to do better. We got to do better as a staff, preparing him. But, 46-yard passing don't mean nothing to me. We won the game. You know,
I was going to say that.
You know, if the passing game wasn't working, we figure out what could happen in the run game, and we just ran the ball. That's why the stats look like that. I don't care about no quarterback throwing 300 yards. That don't mean nothing to me. How does it look like in the fourth quarter at the end of the game we win?
When you got to go up that 4-minute offense and seal that victory.
Yep.
When you know you're finna get counted 10 times in a row, what you gonna do to stop it?
You're gonna get it.
You're gonna get it. And that's what I'm saying. So having them backs like that, man, your guys did a phenomenal job, man. Congratulations and keep rocking out, man. For real.
Congratulations, absolutely.
Yes,
yeah, man. I appreciate y'all, man. I got my man. God, dog, did Coach leave? Where he go? I had Coach Bryce on from Woodrow because we got to bring Woodrow on because Woodrow had a big victory against Seagoville. You know, they slapped my man Jack around real good. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of mad at him. I'm going to talk to him kind of rough because he came out here and he slapped Jack around and slapped Seagoville around and scored 31 on my man. You know, I got to talk to him kind of rough today. So, you know.
Hey,
he slapped us around. He
man.
slapped us around. Just ain't everybody else. We all got slapped around.
Yeah, he did because I picked Seagoville. So I'm kind of mad at him. I'm kind of mad at him. I'm going to bring him on. I'm going to talk kind of rough. Yeah, I'm about to treat him like one of these five coaches. Come on back, Bryce. I see you.
I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Don't be just disappearing now. Come on in.
I'm here.
Coach Allen.
How y'all doing?
Coach Allen picked Woodrow.
We good. Hey, Coach Allen, yeah, man, I appreciate. I know you said you had something to do, so I mean, if you want to stick around, you welcome. Y'all always welcome to hang out with the Dub.
But tonight, bro. But I appreciate you, man. Y'all just holler at me whenever.
Hey, man, if you want to come on and defend your crown, you know, Wednesday night, about 10 o'clock.
When y'all picking again?
Every Wednesday night.
Coach, who y'all got next week? Coach, who y'all got next week?
Send me a text. I'll get on here and bust y'all ass.
We got Tyler Legacy at Hamby.
Oh, is that okay?
Oh, okay. At Hamby, Tyler Legacy. They ain't good. Bro. I heard they stole all the good athletes.
You mean Legacy?
Tiger Legacy. I mean, I don't want to comment on all that, but we just play the game. I'm gonna leave it like
See, y'all got to hang around Coach Todd and Coach Ward a little bit longer because they just gonna tell you when the team sucks.
I mean, well, they 1-5. You know what I'm saying?
J-Mac.
What's up?
Tyler Legacy horrible, dog. They're horrible. That quarterback was horrible since he been in 9th grade. I'm telling you right now. They two-headed monster gone. They horrible. They got the one kid, the DN from Alabama. He went out in the first or second series against Mesquite. That's all they got. But they're horrible.
Well, I mean, ain't nothing wrong with saying it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, they're horrible. That quarterback is horrible.
Hey, J-Mac, Will, before I get out this, before I hang up, man, let me shout out to Sean, man. Sean, a stand-up dude, man. You know, since I hit the city in Mesquite, man, the dude been 100 with me. You know what I'm saying? And I really appreciate him. Stuff he do for our kids, you know, that community with football, with social media, 7-on-7, all that, man. You know, it don't go unnoticed, bro. You know, people don't know what you do behind the scenes, bro. But I really appreciate you, man.
I appreciate
you know, so I want to make sure I said that.
I appreciate it.
Real talk.
Your kids bug me right now about these damn pictures. That's what I'm doing. Y'all see me look off. I'm editing these pictures for them because they've been bugging me since I left for Arkansas. So, you know, and I always say, you know, kids in Mesquite been forgotten kids. So I got to do what I can do, man. I support y'all all the way, man. I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. All right, man. I'm just bound, bro.
Hey, man. Have a good one. Hey, appreciate you, Adam.
All right, now.
Hey, Adam, before you get out of here, man, we got to sit down, man, because we got to do an NIL deal with you.
Hey, holler at me. I'm in the photo. I ain't hard to find. Let's do it.
Yeah, he my neighbor. Even though he say he gonna came out, he supposed to come out and hang out with us, but then like Coach Todd said, he gonna fake the injury. He gonna fake the injury, like Coach Todd said.
Hey, J-Mac, you looking? You ready?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Look at this shit.
Yeah, it's right. It's real. It's real.
Like
got props and everything.
Hey,
you got props and everything.
Hey, y'all should see him rolling around on the little skateboard thing he got. Boy, he be on it. He be on it. To the leg up, so he be on it.
Yeah, I went to work today. I went to school. This fool said a skateboard, but I was at work today. You know, but it is what it is. But nah, man, I appreciate y'all, man. I got to bounce, but a holler at me anytime, J-Mac.
Oh, you already know, homie.
All right, now y'all be good, man.
Yes, sir.
Right,
appreciate
it. Yeah.
All right, Coach Bryce. Well, damn, where Coach Bryce go? Oh, there he is. Hold on, let me add him on.
Hey, what Matt talking about? What he blame me for?
Oh no, that's him and Coach Ward going back and forth about you been going about picking having him pick first. Coach Ward over there snitching. Coach Ward, I know you can keep some folks, man. Coach Ward, quit snitching.
Hey, Ward, you're not snitching. I'm very open about that.
Oh man.
But hey, man, what's up, Coach Bryce, man? Congratulations, Coach Bryce, man. How you doing,
I
brother?
appreciate y'all, man. Doing good, man. Doing good. Happy to be on the show. Thank y'all for having me on here, man.
Hey,
Been
man, one thing I
enjoying
like
y'all since
about
I've been following.
Hey, man, and I appreciate your support, brother, for real. Coach Bryce is the O-line coach at Woodrow. He been supporting the Dubs since I can remember, since we've been coming on. And so it's always good when people show you love. Y'all know my motto: if you fuck with me, I'm fucking with you. Yeah, it's just what it is. That's just what it is. So I appreciate you coming on, bro. But you had a big victory. Huh?
Is that an Eagles jersey?
Oh yeah, man. I had to stay. I seen all them cowboy hats on. I had to make sure I was covered in the blood, man. I had to make sure I was covered, man. We 5-0. We ready for y'all next week.
He tripping.
We ready for y'all.
All right. Carry on, Jeremy. My bad, man. Go ahead.
Y'all ain't seen a defense like this just yet. Y'all didn't play some teams, but like I tell all other Cowboy fans, we play the same teams. Besides 3 games out the year, we play the same team. So when you say we ain't played nobody, y'all gotta play the same teams coming up.
Hey, I'm a Cowboy fan that's gonna ignore you. Carry on, Jeremy.
Because last I checked, we swept your ass last year. But I don't know.
But that was
I don't know what
year.
we're talking about.
Man, that was last year.
I don't know what we're talking about.
Y'all won the division last year, as you know. There's no repeat. There's no repeat winner, so we know y'all ain't gonna win it this year. But y'all won last year.
Well, we'll see. The game will be played next week.
Prime time.
We got 7 days, baby. We'll talk about it.
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, when you come back home, make sure you get that Cowboys jersey.
I'll make a bet with you. Hey, we win, you got to put one on. I'll make a bet with you. I'll take that bet.
I don't care. Listen.
I'll find you and get your Eagles jersey. I got you.
Yeah. Hey, if you give me Randall Cunningham, I'll rock Randall.
I got a red and white one for you.
Oh, I would definitely rock red and white.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Hey man, shout out to my man, Coach Spencer, man. Coach Spencer asked what's in the Cowboys Cup, because that's a Cowboys Cup. You know what I'm saying? But that's Mr. Johnny. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. That's Mr. Johnny Walker. Green label. But so tell me, Coach, man, how you feel, man? Y'all had a big win. It's almost pretty much guaranteeing y'all a shot at Sock, which, I think y'all gonna beat Sock, man. Y'all got a big time quarterback, man. And so tell me, man, why were y'all gonna beat Sock? How did y'all beat the hell out of Seagoville? Shout out to Coach Jack, but you cost me the lead. Now I gotta hear Allen, so I gotta blame you.
At Woodrow, man, it's a big family, man. We don't have a bunch of 5-star kids and nobody wants to come to Woodrow. Even back into the Sergio days, nobody. We East Dallas. You got Conrad on this side, you got B on this side, but then you got Madison right over this side. So nobody wants to come to Woodrow. Everybody that's at Woodrow want to come to Woodrow. So we just take the cards that we dealt with, man, and make the kids buy into the program, man. I think head coach John Fish, man, he got a hell of a scheme, hell of a buy-in for our kids, man. And they buy into it, and we play each game. We take it as each game comes. We know we're not the biggest. We know we're not the fastest. Nobody thinks that we go win the way. I'm thankful for our pre-schedule playing up, giving us a chance to be prepared for later on games, because we knew at the end of the day, Sock was on the other side, and that's the team we're gonna have to be ready to prepare for. I think we'll get them a good game. I know ain't nobody expecting us to even be in the game, but I think we'll get them a good game.
Already, man. Now I got these Sock coaches in the chat. They attacking me, man. They attacking me. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Man, you gotta respect the Mecca, man. I'm
look at J Mac, you wild. Look at this. This is for my homie, man. J Time supposed to be my homie. Look at that. You lost your damn mind.
He didn't even put the end on it. He just said, damn. He just wants that shit just running right now.
But y'all heard me. I'm gonna give you a chance because you got a quarterback over there slinging that rock, Bryce. What's up
I
with
mean,
that?
we got a nice kid, man. He's a homegrown kid, man. He just plays the cards that he does, man. We take it how we give it. It ain't no we gotta do this, we gotta do that. We look at the film like the coach said a while ago. We can't play. The kids got to play. We're just trying to put them in position to win, and that's all we can do. Prepare to win.
Hey, Coach, where you from, man?
I'm from Dallas, born and raised. Like I said, I'm an Oak Cliff kid plus an East Dallas kid, man. I'm on TL Marsalis. I went to Zoom Walk. I went to Sock. My mom decided she wanted to move to Tyler, so I wound up going to Woodrow, and that's how I wound up graduating from Woodrow. But I'm a Dallas kid, man.
So you graduated from Woodrow.
Yes, sir.
So you're really an East Dallas kid.
I'm an East Dallas kid.
So don't be claiming no Cliff, man.
I mean, if I was born on Camp Wizard and I went to TL Marsalis all my years, I went to Zoom Walk all my years, I got that freshman year at Sock. I mean, I'm part of Oak Cliff.
Hey, well, so what they say? It ain't how you start; it's where you what.
It's where you
how
finish.
you what?
I'm an East Dallas kid. I claim that. I'm an East Dallas
don't say
kid.
that, Will. Don't say that, because I finished at DeSoto.
I got some roots.
You the same way, Jay. You don't get no pass.
Nah, man. It's where you finish.
Hell, I went to elementary school with you. I went to middle school with you. I went to high school with you. Till you decided to go to DeSoto. So no, sir, you're no longer from Oak Cliff. You from DeSoto.
Hey, it wasn't me.
That's the problem.
DeSoto.
That's why you
gotta
hate
go talk to
DeSoto
Daddy
so
if I
much.
get it on that one.
No, that's why you hate DeSoto so much.
I believe these Dallas
exactly.
too, man. I'm a biggest fan for Woodrow. No matter if we lose it, if we win it, no matter what sport it is, man. It's just it's the culture at Woodrow, man. It's a family school, man. It's a neighborhood school, and people forget about Woodrow. Honestly, man. Just trying to.
But Coach, I'm serious. Honestly though, man. Over the past years, man, Woodrow is always for me has been a good spot for me, to go recruit. You know what I'm saying? Because you do have some hidden talent over there. You got some good players that seeps through. You know what I mean? I know Sergio was big, but let's just be honest. Y'all had two Heisman Trophy winners out of one school. You know what I'm saying?
The only public school
in the world. You know what I'm saying? So when you think about Woodrow, I mean, I just think that again, for Woodrow, is getting back to being able to because Coach Estes was there forever. And you know, and they had some good years where they will go.
I was there for Coach
2,
Estes'
3.
first year.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So they've had years where they went 3, 4 rounds deep. You know what I mean? And they was a perennial first, second, third round playoff team every year.
Every year.
And I just think that that's what people, you know, and it's kind of like a lot of things, man. You just want to get back to that winning. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like, what was the? So here's my question. So you guys struggled, and I know you say you played up. But what did y'all learn that prepared y'all for the Seagoville game?
I mean, we knew Seagoville got some kids, man. Shout out to coaches over there, man. I love them kids, man. They got some dogs over there. They got some size, and they're young. So they got something coming back.
Time out. Flag on the play.
What's the flag?
You said you gonna beat their ass a long time ago. Don't be coming up in here talking about Seagoville got some ballers, and Seagoville got some ballers. No. You told me you was gonna beat their ass.
Hey, man,
you told me you was gonna beat their ass a couple weeks ago.
I gotta support my school, man, for one, but I didn't take nothing away. The kids gotta play at the end of the day. And it take nothing away from them kids over there, man. They battle. I mean, even the JV game, I mean, it was a battle. So I mean, it wasn't don't take nothing away from those kids, man. They play their butt off. It just all we can do is coach our kids and put them in position to play, man. And I think that's what we do at Woodrow as a whole. We're a family, man. That's all we got is the little that we got, and we stick together as the coaching staff and as the students as all. I mean, they when next man up, somebody go down, next man got to step up. We got a lot of young kids on the field too. We starting 3 sophomores on the O line. I mean,
so Coach,
we playing what we got.
It's funny you say that, Coach. So here's a trend that I'm starting to notice, Jeremy. You talked about why was it a lot of sophomores starting, right? Like there are a lot of sophomores starting across the state, and particularly the Metroplex.
It is.
My question is, out of all those sophomores that are starting, how many of those are starting on teams with first, second year head coaches?
Probably none.
Well, I would say a lot though, right?
For us.
So how long y'all been there, coach? How long your head coach been there?
This is first year.
So y'all playing a lot of
staff
sophomores.
brand new. Our
Right. So Coach Allen is new. Their whole
Uh-huh.
team is mostly sophomores. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just curious to know, but that is a trend. A lot of and then my next question to you would be, if that's not the case, then why is there a big drop off from the class of 24 and 25?
That's a good question, man. I don't know. I do notice, it's a lot of young talent around, and I mean from the especially the skill position, there's a lot of young talent around in the Metroplex. I don't know if it's just that class, that sophomore class that's got the dog mentality all around. But it's just we make sure that the best 11 is gonna be on the field. You give yourself the best chance to win. The best 11 is gonna play. If they happen to be a sophomore or freshman, hey, it just happened to be a sophomore freshman. No love lost. We here to teach and coach every kid and get in the best opportunity. But at the end of the day, in that fourth quarter, whoever will give you the best chance to win, that's who you put out there. As a group, as a coaching staff, we believe in just gonna play the dogs who go play. When we play, everybody's gonna play, but the dogs who go play is who go finish the game. And if that be a sophomore, then let it be.
Now you got a
make
son
them
that
junior
play,
step
right?
up. Yes, sir. I got a senior. He's a senior on the team.
He a senior? What he play running back?
He played running back and defensive end, D-tackle.
Yeah, because I know he was a big running back. Kind of remind me of Big Will. See, people don't remember Big Will was one of the best running backs in Pee Wee. See, we didn't have Pee Wee superstars back then, so he didn't get that recognition. But I mean, I saw you, boy, man. He looked good out there running that rock, but his main thing is defense.
His main thing defense.
How big is he, coach?
It's 250, about 5'10", 250, 245. He's a big boy.
What are you projecting to be in college?
Next year, defensive end, outside linebacker, edge rusher. I would say that more than anything, more of an edge rusher, athlete. I mean, he played running back a lot.
On sock, coach?
Man, I don't know, man. Actually, I got a cousin that play on sock. Offensive line, man. Mike Stoker, man. That's my little cousin, man. It's gonna be fun to see two little cousins going there to battle.
Sock ain't got no quarterback, man. Sock ain't got no quarterback, man.
You got a team.
You gotta rush him. Tell your boy, he got to get some sacks, man. If he ain't got 2 sacks, I'm gonna be mad.
So I just want to make sure that we're clear on this moving forward. So when this game happened and we had a picks of the week, you're digging in firmly with Woodrow.
I'm gonna say Woodrow over anybody.
No, I'm talking about Jeremy.
Oh.
Hey man, don't ask me nothing to that day.
No. No.
Don't ask me nothing to that day.
I'm asking you right. No, sir.
What I say today, what I say today don't count for tomorrow.
I gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
That is not true. That is not true, sir. Sir, that is not true. You have put this out there in the atmosphere. You said Woodrow gonna beat the hell out of South. That's what you said.
Right now, that's what my mindset is.
What's
because
up,
Woodrow,
best center I ever had, baby, right there.
Let me just say this real quick. Let me say this real fast. First of all, shout out to my boy up in the top. You know what I'm saying? That's one of my actual homeboys. Coach B, what's up with it, Mike?
What's up with it?
Oh man, first of all, I want to say congratulations on today because what y'all did today, y'all did me a favor, so I appreciate that. Then y'all just gonna do the same. Then y'all do the same next Sunday night. I damn sure appreciate it.
I got you next Sunday night, man.
Yeah, I need y'all next Sunday night.
He gonna be sad.
I need y'all gonna piss on that. Go piss on that star or something, man. Cause
I got you, man. It's gonna be a good Monday. Cause you know when Capitol is quiet all Monday.
But now I was also saying though, shout out, man, to this weekend. That was an incredible win y'all had, man. You text me in the third quarter and said, you text me the score. I was like, whoa. And I know I'll catch some backlash from because I think all of us picked Seagoville, did we?
Yeah, we all. Hey, man, let me go on and get our
Everybody except
crow
for
up
Coach Allen.
because everybody picked Seagoville. Let me go on and get us our big plate.
Coach
We
Allen
all
didn't.
need.
He put Coach Allen picked
Coach
Woodrow.
Allen didn't pick Seagoville.
No, he did
He
because that's
picked
his
Woodrow.
homeboy. He picked Seagoville because that's his homeboy.
Did
He
he?
picked Weatherford.
Oh, Weatherford. Okay.
But Coach B though, back to the
There it is.
Woodrow.
We all gotta eat that crow. We
Oh,
all
no.
gotta eat that crow right there. So I need everybody to get a big spoonful because that's what we gotta eat.
I just
But
got one
Coach
question.
B,
If that came back, I don't want no excuses about we beat a backup quarterback.
none.
That's y'all guy right now, Coop. So if that came back, I don't want no excuse about I played our backup. Dak wasn't back.
Listen, you playing a 5-0 starting quarterback in the NFL.
We ready. That's what I'm talking about. Best man.
Hey, Coach B, when it's all said and done, they're gonna rush his ass back to the bench. Cooper Rush.
Relentless, man. We got the number one defense for a reason, man. We got ways on ways to play. Don't get me wrong, taking nothing away from Parsons. I think he on pace to be defensive player of the year. I like that kid, man. He one of the best at what he do. And if they play him outside linebacker more than just defensive end, Dallas defense would be more crazy. But our defense is bad. Nobody give us credit now. Our secondary nice.
I got a question.
We got the best defense in the NFL right now.
Bryce, hold on. Everybody said they got the best defense, and then when they play us, they lose. Listen.
The 49ers got the best defense in the NFL.
Listen, Bryce.
Ain't nobody defense better than Dallas.
Hold on. How does a kid from Oak Cliff, East Dallas, is an Eagle fan?
Because he confused. He don't even know he's from Oak Cliff or East Dallas.
Well, it's Oak Cliff, East Dallas. That's the new city. It's a whole new city.
So I'm the only non-Cowboy fan in my whole family. Like my whole family is all Cowboy fans. So as a kid, I always wanted to have that father-son argument, especially football. So the team that my dad hated the most in the 80s was the Eagles. It's the only team I ever seen them cuss at the TV. It's the only team. So once I got the knowledge of football, I went with the Eagles just so I could have that competition, and I ain't never looked back.
Hey,
you know what? We have.
Hey, hold on real quick, Bryce. Tupac or Biggie?
Tupac.
Told you, Jeremy.
You know what, Bryce? We have the same similar background, bro. I'm the same way as you. As a little kid, my whole entire family was Cowgirl fans. And
hey, man, I'm gonna take you off this goddamn screen, man. You ain't finna. That one thing you ain't finna do. You ain't finna bring your ass on here and calling my boys no Cowgirl. That's how you get your ass kicked off the screen.
I just say just because I'm born and raised in Dallas, don't mean I gotta be a Cowboy fan. Let me pick my own team. Let me pick my team.
No,
Rod, go enjoy your night, dog. I ain't even bring you back on. You ain't gonna bring that punk ass bullshit up in here, calling my home. You ain't gonna be calling my team no Cowgirls, all that old dumbass shit. Cause I drive to your house and we'll fight.
But I tell you what, where y'all watching the game in this week? It's prime time. Where y'all gonna be at watching the game?
We can watch it wherever you want. Cause we're gonna do the show at 5:00. And so by the time the game starts, we ready.
Just let me know when y'all gonna be. I'll pull up with the bells on.
Sure, we need to do the show live while we're doing the game. We need to find somewhere we can go post up.
That'll be dope.
That'd be dope.
You know what I mean? Like on the cool. Mark Henry, you need to put that together. Find us a bar we can go to.
All right.
Post up
Well, let's
live. You know what I'm saying? Invite the Dubs out. We watch the game together.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
I still need my invoice for a Dub shirt. I still need to give me an invoice to give me a Dub shirt.
You did say that. You did say that, and we're gonna make that happen for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm curious though, Mark. Listen, man. Who your favorite team?
My favorite team?
No, Mark Henry.
Well, I would say the Texans, but you know what? This year, I really like the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen, the way he playing. Right now, I think he's playing at an MVP level. That defense is got a whole nother thing added to it with the addition of Von Miller coming off the edge. I watched a little bit of them today against the Steelers, and they had that offensive line in disarray. They playing very well on the back end. Davis, number 13, is developing into a complementary player to Stephon Diggs for the Bills, and they finally starting to get a running game going. Josh Allen is playing at MVP level. So right now, I would say the team that I really like to see play is the Bills. They got a big coming up KC in I think next week as well. But I like the Cowboys, but I'm not. I don't have a bunch of Cowboy gear or whatever. But I do like Parsons. I think he's a game changer right now. He's probably the best defensive player in the league. The way he's playing right now at an elite level. He's making DeMarcus Lawrence step his game up so he don't get all the sacks in the limelight. Diggs is still playing well on the back end. But you got another thing you got to think is that the guy that got drafted from North Crowley from Tulsa, he's playing at a high level as well for a rookie.
Now he got his ass handed to him today, though. I ain't gonna lie. That's
Smith.
my guy, but Aaron Donaldson.
Well, I mean,
Aaron Donaldson took him to school. He took him to school today.
First of all, Aaron Donald don't take to school. He a rookie.
You're right.
That's what I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying he got took to school.
Well, hey, listen. Yeah, you're right. Well, listen,
he should put that in his bag. He should put that in his bag as a lesson learned.
I say he been holding his own though. To be a rookie, he been holding his own.
Hey, you know
what though? He been playing very well at high level.
You know what though? While I'm late to the show, I want to give a special shout out while I'm here. Real talk. I want to shout out to my main man over there at David Covey Carter High School, running back Caden Landry. My man hit 1,000 yards this past weekend. Matter of fact, he's at 11. He's at 11 right now, and he only like about 150, 200 yards away from being a leader in 4A rushing. So shout out to K Wimmer. He joined a list. He joined a good list of running backs that came through Carter High School, such as Mike Hicks, Keontae Gray, Anthony Barnett, a lot of them. My uncle Jesse Cornelius, a lot of them. So, hey, shout out to K1, man.
Man, the running backs came out harder.
That dude right there
is Lewis, Greg Hill.
Yeah,
Greg Hill.
Greg, you got Darren Lewis, Greg Hill.
Yeah, I was telling my uncle.
Andre Richardson. You got some names now.
I was telling my uncle Jesse about him.
Darrell Wilson. You know what I'm saying?
And that was funny, right? Look, think about it like this. Darrell Wilson, if Darrell Wilson wouldn't have got kicked out of Texas and got in trouble, that's the only reason why Ricky Williams started, because Darrell got in trouble. And then
Anthony Miller, good one.
You're right.
And then your dude, what's my man? And Andre Richardson, well, a lot of people don't know, he broke Barry Sanders' freshman rushing record at Oklahoma State.
I knew that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, when you talk about great running backs and Darren Lewis, Heisman Trophy finalist, Greg Hill, first round pick by the Lions, you know what I mean? Carter has had some of the best running backs to come through the state. You know what I'm saying? Not just Dallas. So, yeah, it's a lot of them, man.
Let me also give a quick shout out. Real quick also to South Oak Cliff High School for going to the recording studio with Kirk Franklin and remixing Stump with Kimball Friday night. I love that.
Yeah, no. Shout out to Stock. Hey, and I also got to give shout out to Stock because they probably the most petty school on social media. Now DeSoto is right there too. Now DeSoto probably they right there too, but the way Sock did Kimball after they stomped just the dog, they what I call a monkey stomp.
It's like the remix stomp.
Yeah, that was a good monkey stomp. I mean, but you know what? Shout out to Woodrow because they monkey stomp Seagoville. I'm mad at Seagoville right now. I'm mad at her. I can't hold my feelings.
Hey, Coach. After this game, who is Seagoville? You saw him up close and personal, Coach. Who is Seagoville?
Who is Seagoville? Are you talking to him?
Yeah, Coach Bryce. You seen him. You seen Seagoville up close and personal. Who are they?
They're nice. They're a nice, big loaded team, man. They got a quarterback that's some size, man. I think he's probably one of the biggest quarterbacks in the district. The running back as well. I mean, they got some size to them. They're young. They got some grit. I mean, we just they take nothing away from what we do. We just do what we do, and they take nothing away from no other team. We going to the game knowing that nobody picking us anyway. Ain't nobody picking us to win regardless.
I guess what I'm asking is, who are they? Like, meaning, you tell me that. Oh yeah, Charles Wagner. Yeah, he was Charles Wagner. Actually, quick story on him. Everybody know who Eric Dixon is, right? So Wags on the opening kickoff broke his neck on the opening kickoff at Texas Stadium at SMU, and when he got hurt, that's when Eric Dixon came on and did his thing. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let me keep going. So Seagoville, I guess what I'm asking is, like, are they a team that's, you tell me that they're young, so do you think that's their biggest issue now is young and they're fighting through who they are right now?
No, I don't think that's the biggest issue. I think the biggest issue is how our district is set up, man. I mean, we got it's that double-sided, and so you got to win. Every game is a playoff game, and you can't lose because they're only taking the top two from this side, taking the top two from this side. I think Seagoville still gonna make the playoffs as far as going.
Yeah, but they
taking the top two from this side, taking the top two from this side. It's just how we match up with the other side, Kimberly side.
You still don't want to answer my question, do you?
Actually, Coach B, what it is, y'all, Seagoville fate is in y'all hands Friday night. If y'all defeat Hillcrest, that eliminates Hillcrest. Yeah, and that puts Seagoville with y'all. Seagoville and y'all will get the two top spots. If Hillcrest somehow defeats y'all, then it's a whole mess.
Mm-hmm. Then you gotta
go. That's how that works.
The technical, yada yada yada.
Yep, that's how that works. On the other side, I believe it's Sock and Kimball, unless somebody knock off Kimball, which I can see happening anyway. But it's them two so far on the other side. But on y'all side, if y'all win Friday night, it's y'all in Seagoville for the top.
Where's
those
Spruce
spots.
At? Where's Spruce? Is Spruce not
Spruce,
in this?
you know what? Spruce is
in there.
Spruce is in there because they beat Seagoville.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hell.
And Spruce only got what, one loss, and that was the Kimball, right?
Yep.
So I mean, it's a crazy district setup, man. It's just every game is a playoff game. You can't lose. You got to win out. Every game, it's a mindset. Ain't nobody thinking about if we lose, what's the next play? If every game is a playoff game, we lose, we go home. We can't afford to try to be number 2 seed. We can't afford to try to be. We got to afford to try to win every game and match up what we got to match up with. That means we're matching up with Kimball. That means we're matching up with Sock. And hey, we're ready to play.
That's why playing these rough preseason games, for especially, I always say it for DISD teams, y'all have to go play other people that don't look like you. You have to. You cannot afford to play people that look like you. You can't.
Show don't. No side. Show don't.
Because first round, second round, you ain't seeing none of that. You seeing the best of the best.
Yeah.
And is that y'all focus though, right. Coach? Is y'all focus is to go past the first round, second round? Because I'm gonna be honest, because the jig is up on Woodrow. Y'all excuse me, blame it on Johnny, but I'm just going. I gotta tell the truth. Everybody go to Woodrow as a stepping stone. Them little head coaches, them little light-skinned, fairly light-skinned white coaches, they go over there, they win district or they compete in district, and they go to the playoffs for about 3 years, and then poof, they go get a better job in the suburbs somewhere.
I mean,
so
I can't agree to that. I can't agree to that, and I can because, like he said earlier, we had Ron Elliott there for a long time. Then Coach Estes came for some decades. Then we had
but the ones
Coach
after
Tony,
that.
Then we had Coach Tony came in, the one that's playing on East now, and then we got Fish. I mean, in the last 10 years, we ain't had a bunch of coaches. I mean, and at the same time,
right?
Estes took up a lot of that.
But what he's saying is y'all done had 2 coaches since Estes left.
Yeah. And the coach that just left had us going past first round. I mean, so of course,
watch this.
Of course, if you get a better, I mean, don't get me wrong, everybody want the best coaching job that's offered to them, the best opportunity, and it's part of building your resume. I mean, but he came, the stint that he had there was some great years. I mean, we didn't have we in the playoffs. We going past the first round.
I'm gonna put it to you like this. I believe in my mind and my heart, and I'm gonna keep on saying this forever, forever. If Sam Finnegan would have never left Woodrow Wilson and went to Melissa, Woodrow Wilson would have been a dangerous ass team for 2 years. When they lost Sam Finnegan, it was over from there. He went to Melissa, and the rest was history. So a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that Sam Finnegan came from Woodrow Wilson High School.
Yeah.
Well, I think in that situation, how many schools in Melissa?
Is one, but if they would have never went to Melissa, it'd have been a different ball game. Sam Finnegan, he was setting records. He was setting records.
To me,
he was setting records in Woodrow Wilson before he left.
I'm just gonna say this: he has resources at Melissa that he doesn't have at Woodrow Wilson. So
you're right, he do. Coaches spending money. I said it.
I mean, it's a lot. I don't know what those resources look like. I can just almost tell you at a one city town team, you know what I'm saying? They have resources that he was not going to get here in DISD. That's what's going to allow him to flourish in the way he does.
Everything come together.
Unless he has a setup like Coach Todd has, where the administration is solely bought into seeing the success of their program.
Yeah.
So I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's one of those things where, yeah, Woodrow, you're going to keep getting good coaches because people see it as that type of job. You know what I mean? But you can't get mad at people for wanting a better life.
Yeah, better. So I just say, in order for somebody to stay, it's going to take somebody that Woodrow is embedded in them. I mean, like Estes was. I was one of the Estes first all district players. I mean, and when he came in, we was the laughing stock. Like he said, everybody wanted to play us for homecoming for a long time until the kids bought into Estes program and what he wanted to do, and that's when it changed for Woodrow. Because before that, I would say before 02, 03, we were the laughing stock. We played every game was a homecoming game. Every game was a homecoming game for us because we knew we was gonna get our ass kicked. We just line up and see what we gonna do. Hey, how we do? But at the same time, going back and watching Estes and being there with him and see how he flourished, Woodrow. I mean, Woodrow owes a lot to Estes. He brought that program from a long way, and he stayed there. Yeah. I mean, he had plenty of job offers, I'm pretty sure, to leave Woodrow, and he stayed and built that community, built that team, built that legacy up at Woodrow. I mean, and like I say, Woodrow is a team, is a school that is forgotten, and until you see our name, then you think about it. Okay, yeah. But we don't get the big names. We don't get the big kids that want to choose, because if they are, they a lot of kids want to go to other schools. I mean, like I say, now and then you got the open campus, so that makes a difference. Coach I don't want to go to Woodrow.
I gotta say for me, Bobby. Bobby is a good dude. He's a real damn good dude.
My dude, man. Bobby,
he's my dude too.
Build a program, Coach. They'll come.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Start winning games that matter.
Start winning games. Yeah, true.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing about it. Like, so many coaches are always, oh man, this and this, and you know, I used to always hear coaches about not being able to win, man. Listen, man, it's I never blame man taking words to make more money. It's just
no. Read the next one.
Yeah, you build it, they will come. If you build it, they will come.
Yeah, but anyway, so I'm just saying, at the end of the day, man, if you build a program, they will come, man. They will come and they will be there. And if you can show them that they can get into college, that you can play on the big stage, that you can play in some big games, you know what I'm saying? That's what they want. And they can do it. You can do that anywhere.
Oh yeah, ain't nobody in the school.
You can do it anywhere.
Ball go ball.
If you're a guy that can galvanize the community and get them behind you, you'll be fine wherever you go.
Now, Coach Bryce, you know you coming on next week, don't you?
Hey man, I come on. I love y'all show, man.
Well, I mean, you the homie. You know, as long as you ain't got nothing.
Oh yeah.
I've been trying to get you on for a couple of weeks. So
next week, especially after we hit 6-0, I'm definitely coming on.
Well, I mean, they play at 7:20, so it ain't gonna be after. It's gonna be before. But hey, I'm just saying. Cause I ain't even gonna do the people like that. I ain't even gonna try to have a show while the Cowboys playing. Cause I'm gonna tell you right now, y'all be doing that shit on your own. I know Will don't like that. I ain't professional. That's fine. I ain't professional.
Hey, shout out to the Cowboys today too for winning that game, man. Our division look real good.
Now you being real
Hey,
petty.
we look good being first place right now. We in first place next to the Cowboys and Eagles. We appreciate that, both of them.
Yeah, I mean it's all good. You just hate for to disrespect my team. Not why I got the control. You better do that shit on Wednesday when Rod got it. Got when Pat got it. Cause when I got it, your ass gonna be in timeout. Your ass gonna be in timeout. You come over here.
I'll say this:
the
NFC ain't weak no more. The NFC ain't weak this year.
Yeah, the NFC East is the best division in football right now.
The NFC East ain't
all y'all 4-1 except for the football team. What were they called them? Commanders? They out of there. They quarterback is awful.
Yeah, they do.
But hey man, I really want you to tell us about your quarterback over there at Woodrow, man. Because the dude he was, I don't know if he still is, but he was leading the area in passing, bro.
Oh man, he's a good kid, man. He's his arm is nice, man.
Cam Wilson.
A very humble kid, man. Just homegrown East Dallas kid, just playing ball, man. It's great to have a kid with an arm like that and being able to get rid of the ball quickly, know how to read and understand the offense, understanding the system. I mean, it's at high school level, everybody's not made to play quarterback. Sometimes you just put an athlete out there and try to do what you can do. If you're blessed to have a quarterback that actually knows how to play the game and been playing it for a long time and can play it at a good level, you got a good nucleus to start with. But besides that, man, it's good to have a kid that we know we can trust with the offense and that he gonna make the right decisions when it come down to it, man. He play ball. And he young.
Yeah, I like him, man. I've been watching him, man. He a junior?
Yeah.
Is he getting looks already?
Yeah, I had a chance to meet Cam.
Oh, tell us about his Mark.
I had a chance to meet Cam in the summer at a camp, and his confidence. Well, he's very confident in what he does. We had a chance to talk, and he's looking forward to playing South Oak Cliff this year. He talked about bringing a winning attitude to the Woodrow Wilson, whole program. And Coach, my question for you is how has his leadership been infectious in your program, and that's led to the success that you've had this year? Because Cam is, J Mac talked about it. He can sling it. He can roll out. He's got great feet.
And he gonna kick
a strong
and
arm.
He gonna kick sock ass.
I believe he's only a junior, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's a junior. Yeah, I mean he's a great leader. Like I say, at Woodrow there is no I. Ain't no I in the word Woodrow. I mean it is a circle. I mean, and we stick together. He's a great leader. I mean, we stick behind our guy, no matter what. I mean, we know that he gonna put us in position. And when it come down to it, we just look at who we don't even look at who we playing. We just know if we play our ball, we give ourselves a chance. And as long as Cam is healthy and our team is healthy, man, we got just as good as a chance as anybody else to beat anybody on a Friday night. We look at it and say Woodrow. We say Woodrow enough said. A lot. That's one of our mottos. Woodrow enough said.
I was definitely impressed with Cam.
And that's how we look at it. Woodrow, that's enough said, man. We don't need nobody else to come over here and try to say this, and that, man. Play us on the Friday night, and then you give us your best answer how we play. And I mean, all we do is play our game, man. And our football is our football. Like I say, the district is set up the way it is. And all we can do is play the hands we dealt. It's just about giving that soccer is the mecca on that side. So everybody's looking up to play them. We want to take it a game at a time. Like I said, we got Hillcrest coming up next week. That's all we can focus on is what's ahead of us. Hillcrest first, and we look forward to the next.
Hey, I want Coach Carl to listen, and I hope he picked up on that little piece that Mark said. Quarterback is looking forward to facing South Oak Cliff. He ain't running from it. Ooh. He want that smoke. Did you hear that, Coach Carr?
I did, and most great players do. I remember a guy came on here and they said some things, um, and it didn't go quite his way. So I'm gonna say this: I don't know. I don't know the quarterback person, and y'all didn't put those words in his mouth. But if he does say I'm excited to play sock, he should be. He'll be a fool not to be. Like I could make my name on this game. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
could put myself, and our team on a whole nother level. That's what you want in your quarterback.
Yeah.
That
You want to play the
looks
best.
forward to the big moments. You know
You
what
want
I'm
to play the
saying?
best. You can't get better until you play better.
Yeah, like I'm from the world of, man. If you're gonna talk noise, talk your noise and go back it up.
Yeah.
Like
Go back
you
it
go
up.
out there and ball out, and you told the cat what you gonna do to it. I'm with you all the time.
Hey man,
You
don't
know
be
what
doing
I'm
no
saying?
sneak
So
dissing. Who you talking about that came on here and said so?
Oh, I already
listen,
know.
hey, ain't no telling when that Johnny's in your system,
Go ahead, talk
or will
about
you diss them. That's what they be yelling. I'm not doing that with you tonight. I'm not doing.
Hey, I give you a hint. I give you a hint who it is.
it.
You want me
You
to give him a
either
hint?
ride, you either
I give you
ride,
a
you
hint.
either ride. I don't need no hint. I'm good.
He don't need no hint.
I'm good.
I know who it is.
You know what it is too?
I watched the show. I saw it. You know what I mean?
I'm just
Yeah.
saying. That's all I'm saying.
You know what it is too, though.
You ride really? Like,
Nope. I'm messing with
like,
Mark.
Oh,
yeah, I know.
Mark,
I
you
know.
know
I'm just
what I'm
messing
talking
with
about? You know who he talking
I
about?
know who. Yeah,
The
yeah.
same running backs that
Bro,
said if they
I
had a
watch the show
99
every
yard.
week, and
Hey, the same running back that said if they had a 99-yard run that they would have 200 yards for the game, and then they had a
Yup.
93-yard run and didn't make 100.
Whoa.
Hey, listen, we're not doing
Fly,
that, man.
eagle,
What did I
fly.
tell you? What did I tell you?
I said,
Listen, speaking of that, turn the corner. So, speaking of that, right? My question to you, Mark, is this. All right, here it is. Is DeSoto that good, or did that game against Waxahachie meant more to DeSoto? Or did the distractions of the day for Duncanville distracted them from their task at hand? That was a loaded question. My bad. I probably
no,
asked you too many
I
questions.
believe DeSoto is that good. Good. I believe DeSoto is that good because first of all, I saw them go up against a nationally ranked team against St. Francis, who had Division I talent up and down the field. When those guys got off the bus, you knew what time it was, and it was just a different level. Coach Mathis has prepared those guys with those type of games, traveling to Oregon, getting them used to that limelight to build this up to go to the next level, which is a state championship for those guys. So, the big talk was, and listen, I was on the Hatchie train as well. I wanted to see them. I know that they had two great backs. They had a better defense than they have in the past. Coach Tollinson came over from Denton Ryan and has changed the culture at Hatchie. But when you start to try to elevate yourself in Kadoom on that type of level, you have to bring it every single week. We hadn't even, nobody in that district. They're undefeated as well. Man, as well. That's district. Very good. Up front, they got some have experience. The defensive line has the ability to get pressure and came back on the back end and safety that was very talented. So good brand of football. Coach Mathis has those guys pumped up every week. And so I think that DeSoto at a high level when they get against and Colin Simmons and Duncanville. Can they hold up to that? They got experience back, got feet wet in that. Three running backs that can go at any time. Each one of those guys can go. Talking about Ty the kid.
You break it up a little bit, Mark. You break it up a
Jaden
little bit.
Trey, who's a junior as well. So if you have their, it's gonna have to. Okay.
I had to bring Mark out real quick because he kind of breaking up. Mark, kind of redo it and come back in. Go out and come back in for me, bro. Cause you breaking up. You were saying some real good shit. I want to hear that.
Oh. Cal, what up?
Hey, we got Coach Ward up in here.
Now, I got to do my annual pop in on Sunday. Well, not
and I got to call you out on this, Coach Ward, because you always pop in after 10, and then blame us for keeping you up
relationship and let you know my boundaries today.
But speaking on that, I gotta go pick up my son.
These are my boundaries. My boundaries are the Johnny ain't gonna overtake it today. Because you've been on here wilding. You've been on here wild. You trying to bait my boy into saying stuff. You asking you skip Bayless. Like we wasn't saying he wilding. We was saying you wilding. You the media trap tonight.
Now. What you can't do? What you can't do is set boundaries on me. That's what you can't do. That's what you can't do.
Hey, Cal, he kicked me off the show and everything.
I control the control. So what you ain't gonna do is set boundaries on me. But I feel you. I have been kind of talking my shit tonight because I feel good. You know, hey, all my team won.
Your
co-host team won. You know, I just feel good, Coach Ward. That's all it is. I just feel good.
Man, you supposed to.
Yeah, let me pop my shit a little bit. God damn, man. Nigga been a loser for a long time.
Talk your noise, man.
It's good entertainment, man.
Get it on out the way. Get it on out the way.
Coach Ward come in here just pissing. He just come in here pissing, talking about his rain. Coach Ward just come in here pissing, talking about his raining.
Hey, Cal, I saw a video the other day. Actually, I saw it Saturday. And I got a little chuckle out of it. And in the videos, he said, if you're tired of your coach, all in the video.
Yeah, so let me go back. So we was in
please explain this, coach. Please.
Explain this.
We was in the district with Red Oak. The second year they beat us. You know, it's 2 year cycles. Second year they beat us. Bam went live, and when he went live in the locker room and he went live outside. So it's 2 videos. Y'all saw the outside one. The locker room was actually worse. A kid had under his undershirt wrote Death Row and X'd it out, and it was the real Death Row, fake Death Row, and Jack was the one talking on that one too.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the one we did. That ain't the one nobody. Yeah, it's still, you know. So anyway, everybody pretty much had forgot about it. But then this summer, when Bam got the job and started saying some of the things, you know, we getting ready for October 7th and all of that, it kind of brought it back up. And them kids got a hold to it. See, that's the thing. Bam is a notable guy. These kids on the South Side know Bam. So them kids went and found them videos. And it was a screw Death Row kind of thing. So if you saw the game or saw highlights, like that was a playoff game for them defensive kids. Wow. You know what I'm saying? That it wasn't.
I mean, 5 sacks. Your man had 5 sacks, a pick 6. You know what I'm saying?
It was, you know, Coach Spencer. It was okay. It's you. The Sox don't won. Now we've been here 8 years. They've lost to us 9 years. This year 10 rent due. So you gotta pay the rent. You're gonna talk to the landlord. You're gonna call the landlord out. You're gonna tell people. You wait until rent day. All right, you gotta pay the rent.
I'll be wrong. So I'll be wrong tomorrow when I go to Chick-fil-A for lunch. For my coworkers and order 56 nuggets and no sauce on them.
What? So my question is, did they pay the rent or did they get evicted?
No, they paid the rent. There ain't no such thing as evicted.
What was the rent? 58? They owed you 58?
Hey, the rent ain't even about the score. The rent is about the game.
The respect.
It's about the game.
Come on, Will. You know what the rent is. The rent is you gotta take this ass kicking. That's the rent. You gotta take this ass kicking. You know now, me and you grew up together. Don't come on here. See, that's what I'm talking about. Don't come on here acting like you brand new. We grew up together. You know damn well what the rent is.
But again,
they rent was due September 3rd too.
Yeah,
they paid that.
But this the thing. This is the thing. This is my perspective. I can't speak for nobody but me. We played Duncanville 5 years in a row. Duncanville has blew us out 4 of the years. I still count last year because they was up 35-7 at the half. We came back, made it presentable, lost by 15, but I count that year. So they blew us out 4 or 5 years. This year was the first year that it was close. We ain't never spoke on Duncanville in the offseason. It's respect. If we're gonna beat them, we're gonna beat them. But we gotta prove that. So that was we was on the show. That was our thing. And Bam's thing was, why wouldn't we be ready? Well, I feel you. I mean, a lot of people, and I'm not talking about him specifically, I'm talking about everybody. A lot of people are looking at, or have looked at. I'm talking to a coach in Arkansas that I know right now. What we do, how we do, and it's inspiring and that stuff because it's Black coaching empowerment, right? But what a lot of people are ignoring is we didn't say nothing for 4 or 5 years. We got our feet under us and earned the right to where when we played Alito like that, people started debating about us. They were talking about us before we was talking about ourselves publicly. We didn't have SOC social media. We didn't do that. We just was with our head down grinding. Well, people are seeing it and everybody wants to come in and create a buzz in their programs now. But it's things behind the buzz that we create. And we're not just talking noise. We are saying reality. This is what we did. This is how we did it, kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? This is the goal. We didn't get on no platform and say we was gonna win the state championship before we won the state championship.
Right. And I guess that's the beauty of what you guys have done, and that's why I always said that, what you guys done as far as winning state from an inner city community standpoint, it motivated and it inspired a lot of other coaches. So yeah, a whole community. Let's just be honest.
The CDISD win that thing, man. The CDISD win that thing. It was like every school got it. Why not us? It's how everybody else look at it. That's supposed to be us. The Pink States, the West, the North Dallas, the everybody, the Sunsets. I mean, the small schools on up.
Well,
as a coach, that builds you to look what SOC used to be, and look what SOC is now. That's it's the Mecca. You got to give them their respect as far as going.
I'm gonna say this though, Coach. You can see what they're doing, right? See, and that's why I think a lot of people kind of get caught up in it. You're looking at an end result.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And that end result, because you're not willing to look at what I had to do to go through to build up to that point. And I think that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand is the end goal. Yes, we won state. Everybody, they won state. So I'm gonna go do what SOC did, but you didn't do. You can't skip steps and say you creating the same recipe.
Very true.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta go and do everything. If it say a quart of sugar, put your quarter sugar in there. Don't put your an eighth of sugar. Put your quarter sugar. Get your flour. They say get granulated flour. You come back with yellow flour. You know what I mean? It's not the same.
Because if you go back again, coming off of the cage fighting and JB Wallace firing, Chris Gilbert got that job at that point. Nobody after Chris Gilbert has had the same job Chris Gilbert had. It has went up each time. People are coming in at Chris Gilbert level talking like they in Jason Todd's situation. You got a prize. That was 15, 17 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like that's they coming in and they see it and they inspired and it's great. But people got to understand that part of it. You are Chris Gilbert in your situation. So you can't come in trying to do what you see Todd doing. You know what I'm saying? That's the real you can. That's you. But when you but if with the summertime, if Bam don't come out saying we getting ready for sock, we getting ready for sock. Nobody pays attention to 3-3 sock versus 3-2 Kimball this week. Nobody. It ain't on y'all's top 10 games. It ain't in Dallas More News top 10 game. It's not. He brought the attention to the game, which is great. But you can't go into a fight with Tyson. Like it's some time to be paid. It's some debt to be paid to get to that point where like you build a fight up. You know what I'm saying? We Todd the ESPN stuff and it being at Kincaid this year and blah blah blah. That was strategic by Todd with Duncanville because we were ready to compete. It's not you it's a big part of this profession where you got to know when your kids is ready because grown folk we can say all we want to say, but at the end of the day, like you said, when them kids is saying rent due, and them kids is saying nah, coach, I ain't coming out. It's different. You ain't the one that's so on Saturday and Sunday. You know what I'm saying? I had to learn that as a young coach.
But that's the thing.
Hey, let me just say something real quick, real quick. Fellas, it's been fun tonight. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to Coach Bryce up there, bro. I appreciate you. Mark, I really appreciate that Boswell situation, bro. From the heart, I appreciate that. Fellas, y'all be good. All right, Cal. Good luck this week. Good luck this week, Coach B. Y'all be light, man.
All right, Rob. Be good, baby.
All right, Swag.
But what I was saying though, man, it's just to me, it feels like, you know, I don't think people believe in the long game. You know what I mean? And it's it's a situation in sports where you have to be okay playing the long game. Now, you could speed some things up. You know what I mean? Some things you can speed up by simply, you know, if you look at Bam, Bam has he likes the Deion Sanders type go about it. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that because Bam is a great coach. You know what I mean? He's gonna do he's gonna do some amazing things. You know what I mean? But he has that in him. You know what I'm saying? So to see him just as much as you love that same energy that he had after they beat Spruce, it's okay for him. You knew he was gonna have that same energy when it came to soccer. He's supposed to go into that situation feeling the way that he does. He's supposed to go into there saying we're going to beat SOC. You know what I mean? Because he has to know going into that game, I'm going to play the best that I could play. At the end of the day, man, the only thing I can tell you about that situation, and when you're talking about building programs, that doesn't happen overnight.
Nope.
It really does not. And I read a comment some days back when they said that you know, for some about 3 or 4 DISD teams are gonna win state in the next whatever. You know how you know how atrocious that sounds. Like
that's fans though, Will. That's fans.
Well,
though.
I get it.
Will. It was South Side. It wasn't it the post.
It was the
about,
southern sector. Yeah,
it was about the southern sector of Dallas and 4 teams. Because I remember
like the whole, not just DISD.
Yeah, it was the whole. Well, it was about.
Yeah, that's possible though. That's possible. That's possible.
No. It was 5. That the part because me and J Mac actually talked about it. It was 5. It was because DeSoto is expected to go Division 2, Duncanville Division 1, Lancaster Division 1 5A. Us there. The 5th one was about Carter. That's the post you
or Hutch. Or Hutch.
Okay. Well,
hey,
okay,
Mark,
okay.
you on mute. Unmute yourself, Mark.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that makes sense then. So I can see that happening. I can see those top 4. I could see that. And like I said, after this weekend, like every week, I'm getting more and more impressed by DeSoto. Duncanville is just being Duncanville.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they steady Eddie, do what we do, how we get the job done, going about our business.
The wax hatchet game, the wax hatchet game, it was something like that. At halftime, it was 7-3.
Yeah, 8-7 or something. Yeah.
And
then that's the thing. Yeah, and that's Duncanville football, right? You know what I'm saying? We're gonna come out second half, make the adjustments we need to make, and we're gonna keep it moving, you know. And then
hold on, Will. Hey, Coach Bryce, I know you gotta get out, man. You want to give a last shout out before you get out of here?
Hey man, I appreciate out the dub, man. Hey, y'all keep doing what y'all doing, man. This thing gonna be a nationwide thing real soon, man. Trust me. Everybody following DFW, especially thanking to the Mecca, putting DFW on even more. Everybody following y'all boys, man. Trust me. I love what y'all been doing. Like I said, I've been a fan since y'all started, man. But everybody starting to chime in. This thing gonna be bigger than Dallas, man. It's gonna be big. I can see it. I ain't just saying it because I'm out here, man. The way y'all embrace the culture, the way y'all embrace the coaches and the kids, and now getting the access to be able to go farther, go dig a little bit deeper, to interview a little bit here and a little bit there. Everybody, and honestly, y'all know because y'all DISD, everybody don't get that access. Everybody don't get that clearance to do what y'all doing, especially the way y'all doing it. So hats off to y'all, man. Thank y'all for having me. I'll be on anytime y'all want me to be on, man. Trust me.
Hey, man, you the homie, man. Before you go, man, I want you to tell Coach Ward you gonna kick his ass. Go ahead and tell him.
Oh man, hey, I respect the champion, man.
Man, get out of here, man.
Ain't a champion to somebody strong. You don't do that, man.
Hey, he said he don't want to be in no video.
Heck no.
Tell him your quarterback go kick his ass. I want to hear it. Come on, man. Come on, man.
I'm very respectful, man. You know, that's the champion, man. You can't talk about the champion to somebody dethroned him. They pre-schedule was set up for that reason. I look at the way they play their games, man, and they system, their program is so awesome, man. It's a really chief Indian. Everybody can't be a chief. Everybody got to be. Sometimes you got to be the Indian. Sometimes you got to be the soldier. Their step ladder is so awesome, man, and not just that, to see the black men come together, man, for a purpose for the kids, because we all know what soccer used to be and where it's at now. I mean, and it looks like
I hear you, man. But you told me you go kick Speakerville ass 2 weeks ago. You told me you go kick Speakerville ass 2 weeks ago.
Hey, you know what? You know what? We don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear what you're talking about. You keep that political stuff to yourself. And bring that on.
We ain't doing that on the dub, dog.
We want to know if we taking one or not.
We got Hillcrest next week, and then we'll worry about
the season games
when we get
that's a big game. That's a big game.
It's a big game. We got Hillcrest next week, man. We got to take care of Hillcrest first, man. Then we get to the season.
But he told me he was gonna kick Hillcrest. I mean, he told me he gonna kick Jackass 2 weeks ago.
Hillcrest on that side, man. It's like on the other side. We got to see them. We got to get to where they at. We ain't where they at. We trying to get to where they at.
Hillcrest is a rival game.
So you said Todd the man, Jack ain't shit. Say it loud, man. I want to hear it.
I ain't saying that at all, man. Jack the man, man. It takes a lot to build a program, man. Like I say, we trying to get to where soccer is.
Coach, listen, don't worry about him. That's his co-host Jack trying to take over the show. You know what I'm saying? Some things you just gotta ignore, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really falling into this. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want you to fall for the banana and tailpipe trick anymore.
I ain't falling extra.
But I do got one question. So that's a no. You're not gonna kick their butt?
No, I ain't saying that. No, I ain't saying that at all. I ain't saying that at all, man. We know that we got to handle business on our side in order to play soccer at this title.
Coach, I'm looking for yes or no answers, Coach. I'm looking for yes or no answers.
Team win. May the best team win.
Coach, I don't care about the best team, Coach.
Boy, that's some loser talk. I ain't never heard it, boy. That's some loser ass talk right there, boy. God damn.
See, that's how Cowboys fans do. When they first thing they jump up and say, "This is our year." First round.
No, hey, Cowboy fans.
That's Cowboy fan mentality right there. You see that, Coach?
Yeah, I see how they
Cowboy fan mentality, man. They jump up every year and say, "This is our year," and then first round.
Hey, trust me, Coach Bryce. Coach Ward don't understand, because when I ask them soccer coaches something, they answer. They don't give me no PC. They don't give me no PC.
Hey, let's see if that's true. So, Coach Ward, how we looking this week against Woodrow?
We got a bye week this week.
Okay, but are you gonna kick Woodrow ass when you play him?
And it's always the goal. Yeah, that's the goal.
That's the goal.
And that's the goal on both sides.
No, you said it though. You put it in the atmosphere. He didn't.
No, I said the same thing he said.
No, he didn't. He didn't say that.
All these soft ass niggas, man. I'm
get
all y'all some Johnny Walker.
Nope.
Get all y'all some Johnny Walker.
Hey man, we got Hillcrest next week. That's a rival game, man. We got to take care of Hillcrest first. Hillcrest, we get Hillcrest, we in, man. That's all we can worry about. We'll get to that seeding part when the seeding part comes.
Hey,
Coach Todd at? Coach Todd, if you're out there, man, I'm finna send you a link. I need somebody with some nuts to come on the show.
Stop, Johnny. Cut Johnny off.
Yeah, Johnny, Lord.
But no, I gotta go, man.
Sit down. Coach Bryce, get out of here, man. Get out of here now.
That man, he didn't fall off his banana boat, man.
Hey, Coach Bryce, my guy, man. I got you, homie.
All right.
Get out.
I ain't shit, boy. But that's okay, though. That's okay.
No, you was on to something else just then.
You've been on.
Yeah, I've had to cut you off several times today, and I don't even cut you off.
But you my homie.
Well, that's true. Man, you know what? I'm just glad we didn't have to talk about DeSoto this week.
Hey, you know, me and Mathis, we at peace right now.
I'm glad.
We at peace right now. So ain't no beef with Coach Mathis.
I'm glad.
I got beef with Boswell. Assistant sorry coaches they had was tripping on me trying to have a glass of water, trying to have a bottle of water and some baked potato. And coming in there acting like you
want to know the funny thing about the fun thing about that, Cal, is when we got up there, we literally seriously, when we got up there, it was only maybe 3 potatoes left of just wrapped in foil. And when I tell you it was like the bottom of the barrel of food, like you had to literally portion out so everybody can get some, and you still left enough for somebody else to come behind you.
Right.
Well, when we got there, because we went up there at halftime, by the first half, everybody that went through. So whoever was in the press box at the time, they started eating right away. Yeah. You know what I mean? They ate probably before the game started.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you going to the game to eat, you need to get there to eat pregame. Halftime, y'all looking for a fight.
Yeah,
I can tell you that. I used to when I was at West Mesquite, the second time around when I came back from college, coaching in college, I started setting up the huddle, the video camera before, and I mean, I would always eat pregame, and you start learning that halftime, that's when it becomes a little feisty over the food or drink or whatever.
It's a free fall.
Yeah, because everybody done kind of work their way through the media and all of that. Yeah, if you trying to eat, you got to get up there pregame. You got to get there early and get up there pregame.
Well, and I guess when we was in the box, man, and I was in the box, you literally don't have time because you sprinting all the way down just to get down. Right, that's a whole nother workout. And shoot, did you ever go to Oklahoma State?
I've been in the press box. I ain't never been in the press box at Oak State though.
Oh, what about Kansas?
Nah, I ain't never been to that one.
Oh, so what about Texas Tech?
Yeah, I've been to Lubbock. I've been in that one.
All right, so I was calorically challenged. Yes, calorically. You feel me, Mark, right?
Already. Right, we ain't tripping.
Right. So you had like we literally had to run. So I'm literally taking off on a sprint. And by the time I get to the locker room, I'm like, and then you got to get there, put papers up on the board, talk about everything that you done seen. You break down. Now this is you probably only got 15 minutes, if that. And then so that last 3 minutes, you got to sprint all the way back. Now, you got to be lucky if you can get down on the elevator. Because a lot of times, like, they're like, yeah, and you can't get up. You know what I'm saying? So it's a whole thing. So when they came back, they came back with way too much time on their hands. You know what I'm saying? They should have spent more time in the locker room figuring out some halftime adjustments. So they came up there with people still on the field and the band still playing. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So you know you still got time.
Oh, hold.
You know, so yeah, man. So that was kind of weird because my man like said something on his breath and like I was telling Jeremy earlier, it's like there's a little dude inside of me and he's very ignorant and he has no filter and he says things that constantly gets me in trouble. And there's a nice way to say the truth, and then there's my way because
what was the game?
Point,
it was at North Crowley. It was at that nice, and that's the thing. That's the thing about it, Coach. Coach Gates done showed us so much love, and he done gave us so much, access. So I that really what stopped me because trust me, man.
Let me ask this, just so I can understand. So somebody that y'all were at North Crowley, but this wasn't a North Crowley person saying something.
No, it was Boswell. It was Boswell coaches. You know what I'm saying?
Coaches worried about who eating the food.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, B.
That's what we saying.
I was confused.
Yeah. So you need to be worrying about halftime adjustments. That's what I'm saying. If you come up there on the booth and the other team band is still on the field, sir, you have left the locker room early. Okay? Way too early. You know what I'm saying?
Bring your little raggedy, soft ass up there, mumbling under your tongue, and I swear, man, in any other walk of life, Coach Ward, I promise you, that joker would have,
for sure.
Well, that joker would have kissed everything. He would have kissed everything in the building.
Well,
with his lips.
You just didn't like the fact that you didn't like with his lips. Listen, you just didn't like the fact that he mumbled under his breath.
That's the part that I didn't like. Come at me like a man. Look at me and say, man, did you eat all this? And that way I could have told you, no, ho, I didn't eat all that. And we would have been done. You know what I'm saying? But you gonna mumble under your breath and look around. He gonna mumble under his breath and look at all the brothers that's just sitting around. And we wasn't even eating, Coach. We were just talking.
That was the bad
Am I lying, Mark? Am I lying, Mark?
That was the thing. Here's the thing about the whole thing. It was about 6 of us and everybody was black, so he just thought the black dudes ate up all the food. You know what I'm saying?
This ain't normal.
Yeah. And not only that though, Ward, here's what they're not telling you. Out of the 6 people that was there, 4 of them looked like they was on the offensive line. So the percent,
because Juwan, I made Juwan was up there. Big Mark.
Oh yeah,
Big Mark got pulled back.
Jeremy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So everybody up there is 250 plus.
But look, but nobody eating though. Nobody eating?
It wasn't. No, nobody was eating.
I don't even eat up there.
But we all look like we just got through eating.
Yeah.
And then the food short of y'all standing by.
He was smart enough. He was smart enough to mumble under his breath because it was, you know what I'm saying? It would have been a pulling trap, crossbuck trap about that if he'd have got sideways. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, I'm gonna tell y'all where y'all caught him. Yeah, where caught him off guard was he looked at it pregame when they first got up there and saw all that food and said, I'm straight. So he left, went down, did whatever he was supposed to do, and came back up, and y'all standing there and ain't nothing left.
Yeah. The whole thing, Coach, it wasn't nothing there when we got up there because we was on the sideline. We wasn't in the press box. We was on the sideline.
Y'all was just wrong place, wrong time. Typical of black brothers.
Well, no, because what it was.
You know what? He was going to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I promise you. I'm telling you, coach. I'm telling you, coach. All I can tell you, coach, is if you don't believe it, stick around next time that joker try it.
Hey, what game y'all going to this week?
I'm interested in the Duncanville Mansfield game.
Way to go.
I'm interested.
Way to go, Cal.
Will, what game you going to this week?
I'm not sure. Like, I low key want to go see Woodrow and Hillcrest play.
I'm gonna probably go scout, but somewhere I don't know where. But
who y'all may have in the first round?
It ain't that district is
okay.
You know, Ennis, Heritage, Milo Heritage, Summit, Everman. It still could be. That's one thing. That same district, you know, Alito was in it, so it's done changed a little bit. But you'll look and say, okay, they're gonna get 4, and then it'll flip right at the last minute, and you got somebody, you know. So that district, you never can tell. It's not clear cut because the matchup, you know, the game about matchups. Somebody that may not be, you don't think is a good matchup for you, so you may not think very highly of them, but they may run into a team that's pretty good. You know, Midlothian High School and Burleson Centennial. When they was in the district with Alito, they always played it close. You know, we've historically played really well against triple option teams. So we see them and be like, okay, we good. You know, but they're getting them games. I remember Midlo took Alito to overtime one of them years they won state in district. So it's that kind of situation. It's weird. So I don't know. I pick. It depends on who I feel like I haven't seen in person. Because I mean, teams change, you know, every couple of weeks. So I more so just be trying to get eyes on personnel. But I did see. I thought about I got BJ and I saw Allen and McKinney this week. I don't know which site they play at, and I don't want y'all to know what made me think to ask.
Yeah, that's gonna be it.
Yeah, I was thinking about that game, but I don't want y'all ending up in another press box situation.
Well, Cal, I prefer to be on the sideline, and to be honest with you, I'd rather go to the game with you because I can have somebody to talk to when I watch games.
Oh no, you ain't gonna diss me, Will. I'm telling you that right now.
Jeremy,
you ain't gonna diss me.
I'm gonna tell you now. If Jeremy is on this low end Johnny that he on right now, if he on that on game day, I don't want to be on sideline.
No, this Jeremy don't come. This Jeremy don't show up at game day.
Nah, I'll be chilling, man.
If this Jeremy had showed up on game day, you'd have saw. First of all, we wouldn't have got out of North Crowley.
We wouldn't be having a show tonight.
We probably would still been burning people out.
Man, say Everman. Who Everman play on Thursday?
So, I'm gonna go see Everman on Thursday.
Okay.
Now, I'm really interested. I'm telling y'all, I'm really interested in Duncanville versus Mansfield.
Really?
That's gonna be an interesting game.
That's this weekend, and Mansfield is undefeated. They undefeated.
They undefeated.
And let's just be honest, Duncanville offensive line got their ass beat the fuck up Friday.
It was that bad?
I know y'all got quiet, but I'm just telling you the truth.
Against Hatchie?
Dramatic would beat up though. I ain't seen the game. Because old boy ran for like 190.
Against Hatchie?
Yeah, old boy ran for like 190, didn't he?
Who?
The running back from Duncanville.
No, he had an 80-yard touchdown run in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Which he always do. That's what he do. But he didn't have 190. I think he had 140.
Yeah. So how they get beat up that bad?
They got because they had about I got it down right here. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you. Y'all ain't finna play with me. Okay. Team yards.
Mm-hmm.
Duncanville had 265.
Okay.
Hatch had 184.
Ooh.
Turnovers. Duncanville had 2. Hatch had 3.
Okay.
Penalties. Duncanville had 11.
Ooh.
Hatch had 5.
That penalty say a lot. Because those
that penalty says way too much.
Yeah, those are drive killers.
And 5 turnovers.
Yeah.
And 5 turnovers. One of those turnovers was a pick 6.
Well, for Hatchet, yeah.
No,
Duncanville had a pick 6. No, Hatchet didn't have a pick 6. No.
But Hatchet, no, I'm saying Duncanville had a pick 6.
Hatcher had 2 interceptions and 1 fumble recovery, but they didn't score on none of them.
But
that's how good Duncanville defense is.
Duncanville had 5 turnovers.
Hey, I told y'all what they on defense and up front what they is. People don't see it because they ain't got 4 cats that's, top 100. Colin gets his credit that's due.
Colin had like 3 sacks, 5 tackle for losses. Like
they different. You can't help like you need to as much because 55 is catalog.
55. I was just about to say that he
Colin had the best year of his
after
career.
that game against you guys. After that game against you guys, he picked up 3 offers the next week.
Man, that kid is exceptional high school defensive tackle. I don't know the kid size and all of that to project him, but Colin gonna have the best year he's had because he got a defensive tackle that I don't believe you will run into anybody that you can try to block him one-on-one consistently. So Duncanville is gonna be a problem for everybody on defense, no question.
He reminded me of the kid
he's
that
disruptive
and
from Rice. They went to Rice. That was freshman All-American.
Yeah,
I can't think of his name.
Braylon.
DeBraylon Carroll.
Yeah.
DeBraylon Carroll. Yeah. Hell of a
player.
Yeah, I mean, J-Mac, with the Mansfield, I'm a show me person. You know what I'm saying? If you got to show me, I got to show you. Like people ask, like we talked about the ranking stuff. If somebody don't rank you, and you ain't shown it. Mansfield, they ain't played that caliber competition yet. So I don't really get caught up on records unless you've played somebody. You know what I'm saying? The Wax's opportunity to prove themselves to who they thought they were was against DeSoto and Duncanville. Playing Duncanville close, they did that last year. So that's not necessarily an achievement. You know what I'm saying? Mansfield is in a similar situation going to this Duncanville game. It's not as interesting to me because that they're a team that I know about the mental hump of getting the part of getting over humps. And Mansfield, this is the best year they've had in years since they.
But you know what I'm really excited about, though, Cal.
Oh, Will, you cut out.
But you know what I'm really excited about, though. Seriously, though, Cal is okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay.
Will had Paul.
Can you hear me?
Reading what I put up.
Yeah, I can.
No, what I was gonna say is what I'm really excited about, you know what I mean, is North Crowley, man, and their defense and how good that they really, really are. You know what I mean? Like they're like when we watched them this summer and we was like, man, they got a good defense. But to really watch them, not just doing a regular game, just playing. I'm talking about in pressure situations. Right. So when the game's on the line, when it matters the most, they have been coming up huge. You know what I mean? Against Boswell, playing Boswell on that 4th down and getting the ball inside, the 5-yard line on 4th downs, and they couldn't score, and then, it's just, they're
gonna go through the same thing. I actually talked to Coach Gates a little bit last week. They gonna go through the same thing because for us, our issue in the first 4 games was explosive plays on defense. I didn't even realize Paris Episcopal didn't convert a 3rd or 4th down conversion the whole game. I didn't even realize it because we gave up explosive plays, so they still score some points. But when you playing certain caliber competition, players, Division I caliber players on offense make explosive plays. When the competition level drops, those tackles, those one-on-one tackles, they make them so well. Crowley's defense, you want the toughest part about them is you won't see it until the playoffs. It'll be an adjustment because they will run into, if they go Division I like people think they will, you will run into a DeSoto, you will run into a Geyer. You won't have seen that caliber. So the defensive production that we're talking about, you go through that in-game speed adjustment to this caliber player. So that's the they don't go through the same adjustment. You can't prepare for it. You know what I'm saying? The kids it's all about how fast they adjust, which they're programmed that hadn't been there yet. You know what I'm saying? This is that year where they're taking that step. Normally in the step year, you hit a wall at some point and it ends up being a fight. That was our Alito year, the first time. You know, you hit that wall and you got to try to see if you can find a way around it because the level jumps on you. You know, now we played Duncanville preseason, whatever. We only played Duncanville that year. We didn't play this 4-game thing like we did this year. You know, so we kind of opposites in that with them. I see where we may not see the talent level offensively that we've seen. So you may you look in our district, ain't nobody scored a point yet. That's not credit to us. That's just the difference in levels. But you look at North Crowley, who they've played, they've been a bunch of solid and good teams. You know what I'm saying? But when you jump it to DeSoto, Geyer, now this Coach Gay's been yelling at you for taking this false step all year. You know what I'm saying? And you've been making this tackle. Now it's Tiger or Jonte Cook or the wideout or the quarterback from Geyer. Now that 3-yard tackle positive play turns into 70. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing I'm gonna be watching with North Crowley to see how they handle it when they run into that team. Because they, like you said, they're damn good on defense.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, Cal. I don't think they're gonna have. I think they not gonna have a problem with the athletic team. I think they have their biggest
athletes. No, that ain't it.
No, I think they're gonna have because Boswell was good. I'm gonna be honest with you, Cal. Boswell, they wasn't just good. They was South Lake Arrow good. They was they was on that kind of level.
It's the mix of the
that goes back to
like when we talking about.
Well, Cal, here's what I'm gonna say, Cal. Like everything you're saying, I'm just saying they played a Lovejoy team and beat a Lovejoy team. They beat a undefeated Boswell. You know what I'm saying? And dominated and played a real good Boswell team. Really good quarterback. Real nice
Boswell quarterback.
You know what I mean? And they held their own. They got a 6'4" corner. They got a defensive line. They got linebackers.
They got
you know what I'm saying? I get that. You know, when they go against a DeSoto and a Geyer, the blessing that they have going against the DeSoto is that Coach Gates have seen DeSoto.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? So that's an advantage.
I believe.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So that's an advantage for him and for their
he's
team.
in Duncanville.
You see what I'm saying? So it's not like him because it's him, because he's seen it, because he know what to expect. And he has a team full of Division I players. You know what I mean? So it's not like he's gonna be on the field with less talent. It may be, for Tiger, they got a Warren.
Yes. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Ain't nobody comparing to Warren as a sophomore. I'm gonna be honest with you. Ain't nobody comparing.
And Warren is special. He's special.
Easy.
You know what I'm saying? And then they got the big receiver. You know what I'm saying?
He killed
Pimpkin.
Yeah, right.
Pimpkin.
Dude, you should have saw this catch he made when the game was on the line.
I saw it on Twitter.
Oh my God, dog.
Dog. That kid.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why when I look at that North Crowley, the only thing that worries me about North Crowley is their quarterback has to stay healthy. If he cannot stay healthy
and consistent,
that's right. That's gonna hurt them. And here's the other part of it. They're still young. You know what I'm saying? Their age and their experience.
This ain't a 1-year thing.
And the things you're talking about, Cal, is the things you're talking about. They're gonna find out who their Achilles heel is. You see what I'm saying?
That's part of the process.
And once they find out who that is, I don't want to play North Crowley as seniors. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they're going to learn some things this year because they're having a lot of success. And when they hit that wall, however that loss looks, right? However it looks, and God willing, they go all the way and don't have to experience that loss. So, however that loss looks, whether they get it or don't get it, if they get it and how it
They're gonna
looks,
get better.
it's going to tell you, it's going to determine who they are moving forward.
Yeah.
And the things that they got to
all,
work.
and all you said is why I wouldn't say they're gonna lose none of them games.
Right.
You know what I'm looking for is that game to see how it goes. Because like you said, they're young and talented. You know what I'm saying? And it's a new culture. You know, the culture obviously was big because they go back to the Sox stuff. You know, this Coach Gay's doing a great job, and the guy before him laid the foundation. Allen, who
absolutely,
you know what I'm saying. So this is now is doing what it's supposed to do. You know,
correct.
And
he was the Coach Gilbert. Is that what you're saying?
Easily. No. It was even more because North Crowley was worse than Sock was. You know what I'm saying? I think they were 1 win, 2 win, 3 wins. Sock wasn't that to that point.
Well,
Sock. Remember, Sock had all them kids transferred from Hutch that year, and then that's when all that stuff went down. You know what I mean? So yeah. But,
they had kids.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well,
sorry, Mark.
now North Coast has a few tough games to go. They still have a few tough games to go. Weatherford beat LD Bell, who was undefeated coming into that game this week, and they got Weatherford coming up. They still have a rivalry game with Crowley High School, which is their last game, which that's going to be brother against brother. You never know how that goes. So
yeah.
Nah, them 2 games.
Right.
I'm
be
concerned if they're close. I'm gonna be honest with you. Both of them.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Right. The only reason I say it's gonna be close war is as great as Jemison is, the quarterback, he almost hit or miss every play. Like he can have a big play and also have a big turnover. Cause he's a sophomore.
Let me ask y'all with what y'all saying about that. What top defenses have they played?
They played some good defense. Cause I ain't gonna lie, you could tell Boswell had them scouted to the team.
I don't know their schedule. I pay more attention to their defense.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? Because I'm a defense guy.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this: Coach Boswell could play, and Lovejoy could play. Now I would say this:
Lovejoy don't play. They hadn't played defense.
I mean, not Lovejoy. I'm sorry, Boswell. Boswell was baller.
Okay.
You know
Boswell
what I'm saying?
had they had them scouted to the T. I'm talking. They had them scouted to the T. It wasn't nothing they did. It wasn't nothing North Crowley did that surprised Boswell.
No, Coach, Boswell.
Well, that was my first time ever seeing them play.
Yeah, they was fundamentally sound. Coach, when you saw them, all cats running to the ball. You know what I'm saying? That ball break out, and you know the pursuit drill. You saw everybody coming like this. You know what I'm saying?
You saw 9 guys.
Yeah, like they now again. I'm gonna say this: Warren is special. He is the toughest, most physical, pound for pound back I have seen this year. He is special. He's every bit of 150 pounds, but not one person gonna take him down.
That's the one that's through touchdown, right?
Number 19.
Number 19. Yeah, I think he scored twice.
He scored twice.
I saw the first. That's why I was kind of keep.
Oh, the one on the outside when he got the
yeah, he went on touch. Yeah,
and listen.
The last one he hit was right up the middle, right up the gut.
Yeah, last one was right up the middle. Ward, he's special. Ward, for
he's
real,
special,
for real.
man.
Like
I ain't gonna lie, dog. That dude,
he's special, dog.
That dude got he
I've
got
seen a lot of running backs. You got to be special to wear number 19. I'm just saying, you got to be special to wear number 19. You know what I mean? That tailback. You know what I mean? You've been watching some Eric Dickerson or something. Pony says or something. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, he told us. Remember, he told us Will his favorite player was Debo.
Yeah, Debo.
He told us that. And he played like him. I mean,
he a grimy cat then, like football.
Oh, hey,
dog.
Listen,
I'm telling you, dog.
Cal,
I love
this kid.
Dog,
you will love this kid, man. You will love him, dog. You will love having him on your team.
Yeah,
You will love coaching him. You know what I'm saying? And two, he the same way. He the same way. Coach, like, and then the corner coach, the corner Cal, you will love him so much. He covers ground so fast. So he was a receiver, right? And they converted him to corner. And this
JV
cat
receiver.
attacks the ball like a receiver.
JV receiver.
You know what I'm saying? So once he breaks on the ball, he's breaking on going to catch the ball. Like he's not breaking to make the tackle, knock the ball down. Like he's going after every ball. And he's smooth, physical, come up and hit. And they literally stopped throwing that.
athletic.
Long. Hey, you know what I noticed? Because I'm a dad of a cornerback. So I that kid is technically sound. Like when he supposed to take the inside leverage, you can see he taking that inside leverage, and he ain't letting that cat come inside.
Yeah. I mean, he being coached.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, man, this dude is 6'4", Coach Kyle. He's 6'4". He was a JV receiver as a junior. So that's telling you way more than what I'm saying. He was a JV receiver as a junior. Yeah. And I promise you, he one of the best corners right now as a senior. And he's 6'4".
Armani Green.
Dog, I'm telling you. Watch this kid, man. I mean,
if he keep doing what he's doing, Cal, do some good things, man.
Yeah. I mean, and you think about what I'm saying. The teams that I'm saying.
So your man.
Oh,
go ahead.
The teams that I'm saying, we talking 3, 4, 5 rounds deep. So, you know what I'm saying? It ain't like I'm questioning. You know that it's done become the expectation.
Right.
Well, I think they're gonna meet South Lake a little early.
That's the beauty of it, man.
I think they'll meet South Lake a little early if they go there. If they go D1.
If they're the 1 seed, they won't meet another 1 seed until the 3rd round. So it's still 3.
3rd round.
So it's still 3.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Right now,
and look at the teams we naming. I named DeSoto, Geyer. You named South Lake. We talking about elite. So the question that they have to answer is: Are they ready?
Need to ask Matt Stepp. Is Matt Stepp still in the chat? Matt, if you still there, what's the chances of North Crowley going D1?
Well, but that's the good thing, though. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. It goes back to what you were saying earlier, Ward. Like I don't know what their Achilles heel is.
Yeah,
I don't know what their Achilles heel. Yeah, I don't know what it looks like. I know that
that's the hard part.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I do know is they show up in tight situations. You know what I'm saying? They fight through adversity. You know what I mean? They get down, they find a way to come back, and at the end of the day, the defense finds a way to win the game. You know what I mean? And I just think with those traits, I'm in my mind, I'm wondering what does that look like
versus
their Achilles heel. Correct. You know what I mean? Like,
and
what does that look like?
We would have ran like let's be honest. If we, because we had a lot of kids back, but if we don't play that schedule, we in the same boat. If we play just Duncanville, come out of that game, we should have won. We've arrived because we played Duncanville tight like we did. And there's no Lancaster because last year it was then Fort Worth Southwest, and then it was Hillcrest, and you was in the district. So then we got the same. If we don't play that schedule, we got the same issue going into the play. It's the same question. Okay, when we run into said team, what is the, you know what I mean?
What does that look like?
Lancaster was offensive line issues, which is when you had your rant and Todd had his behind closed doors. You know what I'm saying? DeSoto was secondary. You know what I'm saying?
And that's on you, coach. What's wrong with your secondary?
True. I mean, we got 6 committed kids who felt like they had arrived, and DeSoto's gang, 3 of those 6 grew up in DeSoto. So that game, in my opinion, that game for them was too big. It wasn't about football.
Yeah.
You had uncharacteristic. You had good kids who don't get penalties, who don't bust small things, doing it for an entire game. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It wasn't about football. It became, let me show them.
The moment got too big for them.
Yeah. It became the moment. The football moment was secondary to the moment of me playing all these cats that I grew up with.
Moment,
you know.
yeah.
And we didn't. That was our worst. We didn't play well. Now, did we play bad? No, I think the kid threw for 180 yards or something. Maybe 200. You know, we didn't.
And most of that was the tight end, wasn't it? Did the tight end have a big game?
I think we had a screen or two that went for like 40. It wasn't like the only deep ball was Cook caught one at the end. He caught another one early, but it was a penalty on it. And so, you know, we didn't play a big part of us winning a title defensively was in the secondary. In the playoffs, we played almost flawless football. You know, if it popped through, we made the tackle consistently. You look at Alito, they never missed that tackle when it popped. You know what I'm saying? And in them games, again, you talking about that caliber player, you know, against Duncanville. That D tackle end up head up and gets hugged, and the fitter don't make it right, and that's 1-on-1 with the safety. Well, you talking about our cat is a 10-4 cat, and they cat is a 10-4 cat. You know what I'm saying?
10-4 ain't catch the 10-4.
You know what I'm saying? And he ain't finna make the tackle in space like that. If the cat is solid, if he got anything. So you downgrade the back, and it's no harm, no foul. It's a 9-yard gain. Next play. You know what I mean? That's the difference in those games. They teach you those lessons and they bring you back down, which is why what we talking about with North Crowley, you know, that's the part. They have these caliber kids, but in those the elite teams have them too. And it's upfront and skill. You know, so that's why I want to see what they look like when that happens. I don't think it's they gonna lose. You know what I'm saying? I just want to see the game. I want to see if they come out and jump on somebody early, it's gonna be like, ooh, okay, they for real. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's a lot of that too. Is you talking about the bulk of their team, you know, the sophomores on offense who don't know what that experience is like. You know what I mean? And the playoffs are different. It's a different type of ball game. You know what I mean?
When it's teams that's been there. That's the thing.
You know, and it was funny because it was like when I lost to Kimball twice, right? So one year we lost to Kimball, and it meant everything to Kimball to beat Carter. And I always get on my Kimball people. I was like, yeah, but y'all never carry that same energy to the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? Y'all still ended up watching us go play. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it's, you know, in those situations, you gotta look at the playoffs and find out who that team is, who they are. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna find out a lot about your program. Because and let's be honest, they are a good team. And reason why I say this because Lovejoy has been a good team. Boswell was undefeated. You know, not only did and Trinity is down, but they did to Trinity what they were supposed to do to a down Trinity team.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's key. You got to beat teams like you're supposed to beat them too. That's part of the team.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And that's how, you know, I look at them. I'm like, okay, well, they were supposed to do that to them. You know what I mean? If you go into a game and you 4-0 and you're struggling with a 1-5 team, well, chances are you're probably a 1-5 team. You know what I'm saying?
With the right schedule.
With the right schedule. You see what I'm saying?
Because that was my thing with Wax. I saw. Remember we talked about it because I pop in on Sundays randomly because I'm always bored on Sunday after Game of Thrones. You know what I'm saying? But with Wax, I saw it. But my thing was everybody judged DeSoto for getting beat by arguably the best team in the country. Bad, right? Get embarrassed, but that's humbling. You know what I'm saying? That's their loss. And Wax hadn't played a certain caliber team. So obviously the fans is going to do what the fans do. But when you come into these games, you got to understand scheduling is the long game, the chess It's not checkers. You know what I'm saying? And so you looking at it, yeah, we rolling in here 4-0 or 6-0 or 7-0, and this team that lost 2 games. You know, for example, and Alito right now, they done lost 2 games. But who did they lose to? You know what I'm saying? How did the game go? When was it? What have they fixed since then? So you can't look at them because you 8-0. You know what I'm saying? You say, oh yeah, this our year, we finna beat them. Nah, they playing a long game. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
and that don't mean you gonna lose, but you gotta understand it's levels. It's levels to all of it.
It's like that coach. It's like that coach Jay Mack and his assistant coach Johnny Walker. So Johnny and them said they gonna beat the hell. Woodrow gonna beat the hell out of Sock. You know what I'm saying?
They are.
That's why you got to play the game.
Hey, coach already. Coach just said his secondary suck. So, and Woodrow got a hell of a quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Well,
that's why they play the game.
That's what they got. You got to play it.
At the end of the day, man, I just think that a lot of these teams, man. You know, did you ever play NCAA football growing up?
Always. I ain't played
absolutely
games since NCAA. I quit everything but shooters.
Yeah, I played
NCAA with 2014, the last one they had with Denora Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so every time I would play it, I played the dynasty mode, right? How to build your team up, how to get them. You know, I take the worst team of the worst, and one of the things that I had to do was I played a lot of them 1AA East, 1AA West teams. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Just to get your record to where you're 5-6 wins, so recruits start looking at your team and say, "Hey, I might want to go there." And if you get lucky, you know what I'm saying, and
you got to schedule a visit on the right day because you can't take an L when he on his visit.
There you go. There you go. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the brilliance in the scheduling, where the fan doesn't understand where these programs are. You know,
right.
Chris Ross got to Lovejoy when Chris Ross was at Red Oak. They non-district wasn't tough. It was about building an expectation to win first. You know what I'm saying? Now they've ran into a hurdle in the 4th round versus the Alito the first time versus us last year, where you look at their schedule this year, everybody not Lovejoy this year because of the schedule they had. They not undefeated. You know what I'm saying? They play College Station's back got hurt Wednesday before the game. Arguably the best back in the state, who took them to the championship last year.
Marquise Collins.
That makes the game totally different.
Marquise Collins.
Yeah, that makes the game totally different. That ain't saying they would have lost, but it's a different game. You know, then the next week, I think they play Argyle, or then North Crowley, then Argyle. So the schedule that they play, you can't look at them like Lovejoy ain't as good, because Lovejoy's scheduled to win later this time. You know what I mean? So when the playoffs comes around, that kind of team, you know, we ain't no different. We scheduled like that. Same way. We won state, and we knew we know our kids. Ty was like, "Nah, we got to challenge these kids," and all kind of names was thrown out. You know, North Shore, and it was a lot of games that could have, should have, would have happened. You know, Alito was penciled in as week 3, and then they got a 19 district and didn't have but 2 games. You know, that's how DeSoto ended up switching into that spot. So it's the scheduling of it. You know, that's why, going back to the original thing, Mansfield and Duncanville, I ain't seen it. You know what I'm saying? I look at the game, they run the ball. If they run the ball against Duncanville, they for real. I gotta see it. I can't come in here and pick and say, yeah, Mansfield, it might be tough. You know
if it was Mansfield versus Mansfield Summit, you might come in there and say that. You know what I'm saying? But we talk about Duncanville, man. You know
we
what I
talking
mean?
about a team ain't nobody ran the ball against all year.
We're talking about Duncanville.
This gonna be big boy football.
We're talking about a team that gave up 93-yard touchdown run, and the kids still didn't make it over 100.
Now, you talking about a team who is going to beat you up. Like, a kid plays running back, has success, but when you play these mentalities, like we said about the game last week, the rent being due ain't got nothing to do with the score. This football, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you play it, with the nickname we got is because of how we play. It ain't got nothing to do with no stats. You know, it ain't no dirty stuff. They gonna finish the ball carrier, and he's gonna get beat up. So when you look at that Mansfield kid, he gotta have his mind right. He gotta be ready to play through some stuff because this week it's gonna come.
What did we used to call? What we used to call ourselves? What was it in Germany? The 88 defense was that the 11-man posse.
That's it.
You know, and you know, it's funny, man, because growing up, the first thing Coach Earl and them taught us when we was the Mustangs, Coach Simon, Coach Charles, is run to the football.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
You know what I mean? Like, I swear that's the first thing that I ever learned in football was run to the football.
Yeah.
Yep.
And when you watch the DeSoto defense, they swarm to the football.
Yeah.
You know
Will, you a coach? So we look for certain things in whether our team is involved or not. You know, last week, later in the first quarter, when they offensive kids started running out of bounds, I knew it was going to get ugly.
Ooh.
Like when they started getting what they could and getting out, it's like that's culture stuff. You it's a long game. If you running from it and you ain't running to it, when you play certain teams, it ain't that way.
They pick up on that. They pick up on that too.
Yeah,
they pick up on that.
And our kids are told that. You know what I'm saying? We coach that way. Like, yeah, if they start trying to run from it, start leaving your feet.
Yeah,
you ain't got to make contact just so they can feel the whiff. Like, I got to get out of here. That would hurt. Yeah,
man. Listen. Like, so, my theory has always been, it's 11 spots on the body for a helmet.
Mm-hmm.
It's 11 of them. Go put your body on somebody. You know what I'm saying? I hate watching football players and defensive players where one of their teammates got a dude up, wrestling with him, and they run and stop and watch.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate that.
That's why I respect Tiger so much from DeSoto, because he's so young, and he was the kid on their team who ran to it. You could tell.
Yeah.
Mentally, he's different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when the contact came, it wasn't blind. It wasn't like I'm just gonna try to run everybody over. But it was when ain't no more yards to be gotten, that don't matter. When I see you, but you don't know I see you, I'm gonna give you a little, and then I'm gonna keep my feet going and get what, you know what I'm saying? You could tell through tough tackles that I've seen kids hit kids and knock back. He's getting +4. You know that Division I back. That's the difference. It's the big play, the Duncanville kid who can hit you for 9. He can have an average game, but he hit you for 70 and he finished with 140. You know what I'm saying? And then it's that other kid who rarely don't fall forward for 4. You know, that's the thunder and lightning aspect of it. So with these teams, like you're saying, the competition level, I can't watch you versus so much lesser competition. You're supposed to make them look a certain way. So if you don't make them look a certain way, I'm gonna judge you, kid or team or whatever. But I'm waiting on the matchup to when somebody is a dog too, and you know they're a dog, because the key is, somebody a dog, but you don't know they're a dog. That's different. There's no mental battle going into the game. But that.
So do you think that the kids from Kimball mentality going into that game was? Did you think that they thought that maybe it was something and then it ended up being something else?
100%. Because
they didn't realize what it was.
I don't think that coaches knew what was coming. You know what I'm saying? And not all of them. It's new. You know what I'm saying? When Bam said, when he did his press run in the summer, Bam had never seen them kids play. You know, you got to process that. He had just got the job in June. He didn't even see spring football. So when we go into, like I said, we played Duncanville week 1 for 5 weeks, and y'all have seen us, talk to us. We ain't never came into it on some, hey, we we're getting ready for Duncanville. You know, no. It's respect. We know what it's finna be. We know somebody gonna be limping out of there. We gonna try to make sure they limping too. So it's respect. I don't think they knew. So I think they genuinely felt like they could win the game. I don't think they understood how much higher of a level it is. I was a young coach saying we had a chance in games we didn't have a chance in at one point. Young or old, not age. I'm talking about young in experience and understanding that part. That may not have been Bam, but you could tell. You know what I'm saying? They weren't afraid of us. You look at kids pregame and you know they scared of us. You know what I'm saying? Or you know it there, you know your
True. Did you freeze up on us?
He did, Coach. He got caught up in the whoa moment.
He did.
Hey,
Right
hey,
at
Bam
5 minutes.
got a hold of his internet.
Hey, Bam called his ass. Hey, man, you talking reckless now, homeboy. Shit.
Hey, man, I ain't gonna trip, man, because we are with damn near 3 hours. We ain't gonna go over. But I do want to play these.
Hey, let me say one thing about North Crowley. They still got a couple of tough games coming up the next 2 weeks. Weatherford, LD Bell, and Weatherford handed LD Bell their first loss this week. So we'll know before the end of the season is if they if they're going to be that next tier program. But they went to the playoffs last year under Coach Allen. So it's been a staircase, a stepping stone each year for North Crowley. These guys, they haven't had a history of winning in football. They've been a basketball school for a long time. But now, seeing the game, seeing that atmosphere, the stadium was immaculate. Those guys, they're going in the right direction. You know what I'm saying? Offensively and defensively.
What games you doing next week, Mark?
I'm thinking about Burleson Centennial Alito because everybody's been talking about Burleson Centennial. They're undefeated. They beat Denton Ryan last week. That triple option, like Coach Ward was saying, is very hard to stop if you're not playing sound gap defense and making sure that your defense is in the right position, because teams don't play that kind of offense now on a regular basis. Everybody's going to the spread. And when you see a triple option team like that, it's hard to defend if you're not disciplined. But Burleson Centennials has those guys athletically at those positions that run the ball. Coach Ward mentioned Alito having 2 losses. They just made a switch. I was at the Den Guy game and they made the switch to Hawk Patrick Daniels. That's the running back that they have now, and they've excelled since then. They hadn't lost a game since they played Den Guy. And they made the switch at running back. He was a safety before. But Hawk Patrick Daniels is a difference maker in that backfield for Alito, and that's kind of turned it around. That Alito's going to be physical up front. This is probably the youngest team that had a new starting quarterback in House Henny, who just now starting to round off into shape. Now, Alito hasn't lost a district game in like 9-10 years, so we're gonna see this week if Burleson Centennial is that team to overcome that and give them the first district loss. It's a building block on every week that they play. I kudos to South Oak Cliff for scheduling that way, and not just those guys. Duncanville and DeSoto scheduled difficult games, and so did Lancaster. I drove to Longview to see that game against Longview, and Lancaster stood up as well. So the scheduling at the beginning of the year, not playing cupcakes, is going to pay off down the line when these teams get to be 3rd and 4th round, 5th round, and on head to state. That's the reason they schedule it like this. But I'm thinking about Burleson Centennial and Alito.
Where is the game at?
It's in Burleson.
I might have to see if we can crash the party over there.
Is that on a Friday?
Yeah, it's on a Friday.
Hey,
I believe.
Hey, Cal, where you going?
Huh? I don't know. I gotta look at the games and where they at. I gotta look at the games and where they at.
Jeremy, I'm not gonna leave you. I'm not gonna leave
you. Everman play on
Thursday at Burleson.
I want to go to that one. I want to go play. I want to go see Everman on Thursday.
So we got Everman.
Everman got a good team. They got some dogs. They got some.
Yeah, I ain't going to watch them beat up on Burleson. I ain't gonna lie to y'all.
Everson don't play no defense, and And I'm just going. I understand it ain't popular, but I'm a defensive guy. I like to go watch good defenses play. So when I see a team that giving up 30 plus every game, you ain't on the top of my list to go on to see. I hate to say that. If that offended anybody, blame Johnny.
Well, you didn't say
But
that
it's
to
the
Coach
truth.
Allen.
Allen ain't been giving up 30 points a game. He just gave up 16.
Hey, what was the score in that game?
They just played their best defensive game all year.
They did. And be honest, he snuck that past me. Cause I would have said something, cause
but you didn't, because you was letting your alter ego take over.
No, because I was
you got to learn how to mute Johnny. Johnny, you can't talk right now. You are not permitted to enter this booth.
Hey, Coach Ward, I got a question.
I let him make it, man. I let him.
What's up, man?
So, what goes into you guys as a coaching staff sitting down to prepare, a schedule like that? Because everybody saw these 3 losses, but I think I was at the DeSoto game in DeSoto that you guys played. The second half, it seemed like y'all started to play like the soccer of old, defensively and offensively, getting back to run the ball. And then you went
offensively,
out and
defensively, we struggled in the second half.
Steady time.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But offensively, you got that running game going. But as a coaching staff, what goes into setting up a schedule like that? What is you guys' mindset? Because, people on the outside looking in, they don't think that, they scheduling these guys, they 0-3. But you still know, if you're really, a football enthusiast and you're really looking at it at X and O's and things like that, what is it that makes you guys want to do that to prepare you for, a long play?
I think it's one, knowing your kids. What kind of group? Because every team, you can have 22 starters back. This team, that next year's team will be different than the team from the year before, especially depending on whatever. Chris Gilbert said. I remember Chris Gilbert always used to talk about that. So what does your team need to push them? You know what I'm saying? For us, we want to stay championship. We want to stay championship 5A Division 2. It was great feat, you know what I'm saying, and we take a lot of pride in it, and that'll be what that'll always be what it was. But the goal was to be the best team around, and if you're the best team on the south side of Dallas, you are a top 3 team in the state of Texas and probably a top 20 team nationally. That's just reality. So that was the goal. So the scheduling went to trying to achieve that goal while also making sure you're pushing them kids, because them kids know the other kids. They know Duncanville kids, they know DeSoto kids, they know Lancaster kids. So they knew they couldn't go into the season on some Hollywood stuff. I think the DeSoto game gave us a false sense of arrival, because at the end of the day, champions win. You look at Bama. Bama done had some close games, this year. But at the end of the day, like Duncanville, like Will said, Duncanville football is find a way to win. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's a piece that we learned as a program, in different spurts versus different opponents. And when you go into it and you got the goal, you also got to make sure that the beginning of the season goal ain't gonna derail everything. You can't base your season off of one game. You know what I'm saying? Or 2 games. If you base your season off of it, everything's gonna go down. They're gonna trend down. As a Kimball alum, that was my issue. Going back to what Will was talking about, I didn't like that it was starting off about soccer. You know what I'm saying? Because that's 10 steps away. You know what I'm saying? What's step 1? In every program, you got a point that you start out. Wherever you are, you got a point, a goal to get to. Like North Crowley, they've been to the playoffs. Our conversation ain't if North Crowley gonna lose in the first or second round. If they do that, that's a major upset at this point. Now the hurdle is gonna be, can they beat an elite team in that 3rd or 4th round whenever they hit them? You know what I'm saying? So every program is different, and everybody don't necessarily, I've been blessed to where being with Coach Todd and him going through these steps in different programs, he understands it. So you learn about the steps. When you lose at certain times, you got to come back and you got to fix them. You know, ain't nothing like a playoff loss because you magnify it, and most of the time you come back and you fix it. You just can't. You got to make sure the other stuff stays solid. So I mean, that's what it go into, man. Just focusing on your group of kids. Who is your group of kids? So last year's group didn't need a tough schedule. Now we didn't. We actually had scheduled Duncanville and Denton Ryan. COVID hit. Denton Ryan had to find another game because Dallas wouldn't let us practice or play. So then when the next year came, Ryan had found a game. Then I think they had played Martin, beat the crap out of Martin that year. They won state actually. The next year, we assumed they already had a game because they had to replace it. So then we found an opponent, which was Frisco Lone Star for the second week. Then they found an opponent. Then Lone Star dropped us for an ESPN game, which was fine and understandable, you know, because that's money. So then we didn't have a week 2, so we scheduled a private school out of Houston. I don't even remember the name of it.
School of the Deaf for blind.
Whatever it was. It was some kind of private school for week 1, and Duncanville was week 2. And they ended up letting us know we got COVID cases. So we didn't have a tough schedule, but the group we had losing it's like y'all saying about, we're saying about North Crowley. The year before and the year before that, losing to Frisco in the second round was it was a self-check. It made you look in the mirror as a program, as a coach. You know, I never had the same perspective. That first year we lost to Frisco 18-0. They had 160 total yards and we lost 18-0, gave up 11 points on defense. I've lost a game where you dominated and played as good a defensive game as you could play. So I don't have the mindset of offense versus defense, offense struggling. You know what I'm saying? You need them. You know, my perspective changed. The way I install in spring, the way we do certain things in spring ball, it's built around offense and offensive success and offensive chemistry and confidence. You know, we can get our kids defensively. This staff on defense has been together for 7 years. We can get our kids where we need to get them. Our offense, what do they need? You know what I'm saying? So them kind of things, them kind of losses, like Will said, having a young team and taking those kind of losses only makes you better. Now the fans or the parents or media or whatever, they may not understand. They may look at it and be super critical of it. But if you do your job and make sure that you correct whatever the issue was, you're going to come back. And that's why we went from second round, state championship. You know, because the disappointment drove us. It drove us to hire. You got to think our OC came after that 18-0 year. And we hired him in January. You know, we went on some college stuff. Like, we got to get this fixed. You know, then the next year we lost and that we fixed special teams. And we killed everybody on special teams after Everman in the playoffs last year. So it's those parts of it. It's the building steps of a program. And scheduling goes into that, you know, because you trying to test things here and there. And this team wasn't, you know, outside of injuries, this team, ain't no fear of losses. You know, we ain't scared to lose to nobody. You know, we'll schedule anybody. As long as we can make it work, we'll schedule them. Because, I mean, next year we should be a lot younger and less experienced. We got the same schedule. So we're going to see what we got. You know, it's the same thing, man. I enjoy it. Now, it's taxing now. You're going to be coaching. You're going to be busy. You know, that DeSoto game, the second half defensively, is when the injuries kill. It's when you realized you was in the SEC. You know, I said this the other week. Texas losing 2019 to Alabama wasn't necessarily a surprise because one team beating one team in 1 week is possible if you decent in coaching, decent players. The issue is when you got to play, when you Arkansas and you play, because A&M, they're struggling like crazy at quarterback in our offense, right? But in every game they close because their defense is real. Their front is real. So they done been in a dogfight with Arkansas. They done been in a dogfight with Bama. So you got Arkansas schedule. On the flip side, you upset somebody. I can't remember who they beat. They beat somebody ranked. They had A&M, dogfight, barely won. Then they had Bama, right? Dogfight. Now you got Mississippi State, who's explosive on offense and got the same kind of front players, and they got the dog. They got beat to sleep. That's the kind of schedule we had. But when you play like that, the injuries start kicking in. You know what I'm saying? And that second half of DeSoto, I can tell you right now in the secondary, Javon Thomas was out. And these ain't excuses because these kids got to be ready to play. But when you look at the scheduling, you had to get some of them young cats that'll be starters next year. They had to play against against DeSoto. Like, I mean, I benched the kid, and he wasn't gonna go. A senior that's committed. He wasn't gonna go back in, and then two people went down. You look up in the third, he back in the game. But since then, he been our best player in the secondary. Those kind of things, you know what I'm saying? You had a youngster beat out an older kid, a committed kid,
so
within this time.
I got a question for you. This for everybody on right now.
Okay.
So here's the question: do you think the fact that Texas had went to the SEC, even though it's their first year, but they played Alabama at the beginning of the season,
mm-hmm.
do you think that now when they go to play Oklahoma, they know they're not playing, they're not the same Texas anymore? You know what I mean? Meaning their competition has groomed them at a higher level. So when they play Oklahoma, they're not necessarily the same Big 12 Texas, if that makes any sense.
I put a lot more. And I go first, J Mac. I was at A&M during a part of the transition to the SEC, so I got to see the hospital ward, aka training room, during that transition with what we talking about. I don't put as much into Texas being better from that game because I think Texas went through their same thing we went through with Duncanville. Because you got to think, next week they had UTSA. It was a dogfight at halftime. The next week they lost to Tech, so they went on there. We've arrived too. You know what I'm saying? That Tech loss was like our Lancaster loss. It kind of brought them back down, but you also didn't have the grueling physical schedule bringing you back down, but cats still being on the field, being healthy. You know, it's a mix of that. Oklahoma is going through. You've built 3 years to be a 3-3-5 defense, which is a totally different personnel. Brent Venables is a 4-down cat. You look at what he's doing. He trying to get creative with the personnel he got to still get to his 4-down, but he don't have the personnel for it. That's on defense. On offense, when Lincoln Riley left, your cupboard is bare. We're in the portal times. Your quarterback left at the last minute. You know what I'm saying? You had 2-3 wide out. One wide out got kicked off. The kid from Hebron. One wide Hazelwood, the 5-star from California, is at Arkansas. You see what I'm saying? You talking about old linemen. So the OU that they playing ain't the OU they been playing. You know what I'm saying?
That's the thing too, because if you look at Oklahoma, they last 3 quarterbacks have all been transfers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Baker Mayfield, Hurt, and
Kyler Murray.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at them, you know, and then was Caleb Williams? He was a freshman though.
He was a freshman. Because he
Him
beat out Rattler.
Rattler left.
So you lost your starter and your backup quarterback. You know, imagine every team, and let's just go back to high school with it. Imagine every team in the state of Texas coming into a season. We talking about coming out of a season with 2 returning guys, right? And both of your starter and your backup quarterback is gone. So now everybody playing with they 3 at quarterback.
You're right.
You know, so I don't put too much stock into Texas OU. I think anybody that paid attention to the offseason stuff that happened with OU, and Venables a good coach, but you would have had to be a miracle worker. You know, LSU went through it after they won a title. They won a title. Everybody came out, and the people that didn't come out opted out of the COVID year. And the same staff that just won a title, both coordinators got fired because they couldn't stop nobody and they couldn't score no points. But you didn't have no players. Shoot, my school, Louisiana Lafayette, they won 12 games last year, 11 games the year before. Billy Napier leaves, and with the portal, so you talk, it's the same thing. Both starting corners, one starting at Florida, one starting at LSU. You know, that's the team. So OU is a shell of themselves. And this is a tough time to go through this because you're finna be in the SEC.
And see,
Like
that's
you talking about,
right.
you got 2 years before you playing that Arkansas schedule that I was talking about. This is a rough time.
Well, and that's the thing that kind of worries you is you look at Arkansas, right? So what Coach Pittman has done at Arkansas, he started this. This is going on his third year there. So he
Yep.
has actually built
Mm-hmm.
Arkansas into a team that can compete in the SEC, not just playing in the SEC, but that can compete and win some
Mm-hmm.
games any given Saturday.
Yep.
And then now you're talking about an Oklahoma team who wasn't ever really physical. Now you
Right.
about to
But they
go
was the
run
most physical in the Big 12.
correct.
You know what I'm
So now
saying?
you about to go play bully ball, and it's different. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like I
Well,
remember one of the
well,
coaches.
here,
Told me, he goes, "Hey man, again, we was in the Big 12. He was coaching at Texas, and we was sitting there talking. And then he took a job in the Big 10, and we was talking again. He said, "Carr, I understand what you were saying now." I said, "What you mean?" He said, "Yeah, it's different in the Big 10." I said, "Yeah, that's NFL football."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's a different type of football than what you're accustomed to, and that's what the SEC is.
right,
The
Yeah.
SEC is a physical
right.
brand of football, and people want to say what they want to say, but the two most physical teams in all of college football last year was Oklahoma and Georgia, and
You
that
mean
game.
Alabama?
I mean, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Georgia and Alabama.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
And when in that game, what killed Alabama is they had to turn into a finesse team to try to throw the ball, but at that particular point, you can't play that game against a team
And they
like
blew their
Alabama.
wide. You got to think they beat Georgia down in the SEC championship. Now you got to come back and play that defense again after they adjusted. That's
You see what I'm
tough,
saying?
dog.
And that's the thing is like, but when you look at an OU and you look at them and you go, wow, like y'all are really that bad. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And like you look at a Texas, and you like, well, Texas, or y'all that, or is this who we can expect from y'all? You know what I'm saying? It's like it's one of those things you didn't expect Oklahoma to be so bad, but then on the other hand, like, but is did Texas play that good? It's holding goose egg in the team, regardless of what it
Well,
is, particularly in a playoff. I mean, in a rival game, it's hard to do.
It
It
is.
is
We had
extremely
never kept
hard.
Kimball scoreless before this year. This was year 8. Kimball had never not scored. So what you saying is true. It's hard to keep people scoreless because they're gonna bring out whatever they got to do to. They're gonna come in with plans.
With something. And one big play. It's
Hmm.
gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? That one missed tackle is gonna happen.
Yeah.
You getting your backups in the game. You don't know you holding your fingers. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's just one of those things, man. Like I said, when we get a chance to watch, when I'm looking at it and I look at the SEC and then you look at that SEC, and you also look at it like the conference that the district that Cedar Hill, DeSoto, Duncanville, Waxahachie, you know what I
Hmm.
mean? You look at that particular uh division district, and you have to ask yourself, is a Cedar Hill in any other district undefeated? I mean, winless.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Especially
see what
because
I'm saying?
the teams we
no,
seeing in North
yeah,
Crowley, we want to see the Hill done played 5 of them.
That's what I'm saying. Like if it is any other
Rockwall, South Lake, Martin, Duncanville, DeSoto. They done
right.
played 5.
You know what I'm saying?
right,
That's what I'm saying.
right,
Like, do you put them in any
yeah.
other district or they not 0-5?
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
No,
And
they
and
not
and,
on.
and it's
They won't be on 5.
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. And it's kind of rough because they have y'all schedule was brutal, coach, but
Hmm.
they might have the toughest schedule in all of Texas football right now.
And that's part of it, Will. We wouldn't have made our schedule if we had Duncanville, DeSoto in our district.
No, you wouldn't have to because you're gonna need those other games to stay healthy. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
Or get confidence.
Or get
You know what
confidence.
I'm
Yes,
saying?
Right.
And they scheduled as though they didn't have that. So you dealing with that kind of part of it too. You know what I'm saying? That repercussions of it. You don't ever expect it to go as bad as it's going right now. And then Will, probably just as well as anybody right now. that these kind of things in college, they'll lose you your job quick.
Absolutely.
It-
Absolutely.
That's reality.
Absolutely.
And that's how I
Absolutely.
function because that's a lot of my coaching tree. They're college guys, so I function. I don't function in what you did last year or what you've had success with. I function in this year because people forget last year fast. People forgot we was 0-3 and we was trash. And
But
shoot,
that's what I'm saying, man. That's that mentality, man. But that's the mentality of the hunted. You know what I'm saying? When
hmm
you're the hunted and people are after you, you always got to stay on your A game. You
always,
know what I'm saying?
always.
So when you look at a guy like what's my man um what's his name? God, Dion.
Where? Oh yeah,
When
prime.
when Prime talks all that stuff before the game, when he's hyping and he's talking, that's Prime. That's what he
hmm
does. You know what I'm saying? You have to be
Motivational
able to be
speaker.
right, but also he's getting in your head because your kids and you listening to it. You see what I'm saying? So he has already played the game before the game even started because it started the second you was on the
Yeah.
clock.
hmm
You see what I'm saying?
Well,
And I'm
that's
just
what that's what he said in his press conference. That's what he said in his press conference. He thought he had done a great job all week of promoting it like a prize fight. So
hmm
everybody saw it, and the other coaching staff saw it. The kids saw it. That's the reason they responded that way, is because he built it up that way. You know what I'm saying? He has a following that not many people have at the
He
collegiate level,
has
even
to.
at the Power Five level.
hmm
He has to.
well,
hmm
That's the only reason that they getting it. And if you listen to what he said, y'all scheduled Jackson State on homecoming. Well, let's
Yeah,
go. Let's get it. Y'all must
yeah.
think that this is going to be a cakewalk for us to schedule Jackson State on homecoming. So
well, then
you
he
know those
also
things
called
were
it a
said
money game.
to the week
So he
as
also called
well.
it a
Yeah,
money game,
absolutely
right? So I guess
as
at the
well.
end of the day, this is me.
Hey, he gave a great explanation too. Like he
What?
he
So did
said he said something so disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? In coaching, because you understand what a money game means. That's why you just said that. But he broke it down to how it actually was a money game. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, oh, that's I understood why old boy. I wouldn't have felt like old boy felt because I understand the value that Prime brings, and you got money off of
Man,
it. But
listen. Let me tell you something about Alabama State, man. They have some of the best facilities you ever seen in college
hmm
football, right? You know what I'm saying?
hmm
Like for HBCU, they got really nice facilities. You know what I mean? Now the thing that happened, with all the stuff they put Prime on the scoreboard, I got to tell you this story. So we was playing Alabama State, and we playing in the Circle City Classic. Okay, so we go to the press conference. They have a luncheon, so we're at the luncheon, and Ely is the head coach because he's the head coach at Alabama State. I never forget this. We was literally just on probation, so we was on probation at Alabama A&M. We came into a friend that was already on probation. So he took the NCAA handbook, the rule book, and threw it at our AD and said, "Hey, you need to make sure you learn the rules." You know what I'm saying? And me being from Oak Cliff, you know what I'm saying? They was talking, and I'm at the luncheon, and I stood up and I looked at him. I said, "Y'all do realize y'all got to play the game, right? Y'all
hmm
can do all this bumping y'all doing, but y'all do realize y'all got to line up and play, right?" They coaches kind of looked at me, and I was in the press box with them, and it was just me and three other coaches, and I came down. I'm talking cash, money, noise, and they gonna talk about, yeah, man, who's the coach, man? He talking all that noise, big dude. Oh, that's Carr. Yeah, you know what I'm
yeah.
saying. So Alabama State has a reputation of being that type of program.
hmm
So when they got called to Matt, and like again, I'm gonna say this again, and I don't want to beat a dead horse. Respect is respect. If you don't holler at me before the game, and you don't speak to me before the game, you walk through my kids while they warming up. We not about to dap it up after that. You know what I mean? You don't already drew the line and saying you said what it is after the game. Yeah, if you want to bro hug me, I'm gonna bro hug you, but I'm gonna squeeze you, and I'm gonna pull you close, and I'm gonna let you know how I really feel about you.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm gonna pat you on your back and keep it moving. You know
That's
what
the. I
I'm saying?
thought that's the unspoken college bro hug rule. You say what you want to say. That's why you do it because the cameras is in your face. So but he said, man, ain't nothing to talk about. That's what it was about. Like I don't want to talk, which is cool.
And he's real. Like if that's what I'm saying. If you saying that man disrespected you, that's cool, right? Like if you he disrespected me, keep it about that. You know what I'm saying? Keep it about what it's
Yeah, don't
about.
make it who is swag and all of that.
Right.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
that's the
saying?
part I couldn't rock with.
Yeah, that part blew me too. You know what I mean? I'm saying if it's gonna be about anything, just make it about what it was about. It was about you talking too much during the week. It's about you walking through my kids. It's about you not chopping it up at the 50-yard line at the beginning of the game. And you know what I'm saying? It's about all that.
Yep.
If it's about all that, keep it about that, and we good. All that you ain't swag, that just made you look very
bitter. Yeah.
Men should be jealous. That's a female trait. What you
Yeah.
mad because you push dimes and I sell weight?
Bars. Johnny, you all right over there? Johnny, you good?
Yeah, I don't like it. Yeah, I'm a snitch on them.
Drop the dime on that fool. Johnny good? Okay.
Johnny chilling now, man. Johnny went to bed.
All right, man. We gonna holler at you, Jay, man. Let's get out of here, man.
Now, this old J Mac, okay.
we waited Johnny out, huh?
Johnny said these niggas won't shut up. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, we took it to a conversation Johnny couldn't participate in. Johnny couldn't even talk.
Johnny said, ain't no shit talking going on. I'm going to bed.
Nope.
These niggas trying to make sense.
No, I told you I get on here on Sundays as a fan. I don't like being a coach.
Hey man, I like when you come on. I just got to get you on before 10 o'clock.
Nah. Yeah, nah. I had it when you start talking about them videos. I said, all right, man. I gotta watch Game of Thrones, man. I gotta watch House of Dragon. Y'all be like you feel about the Cowboys. Man, I gotta watch House of Dragon first. Then I start my night.
Oh, okay. See,
yeah,
I don't watch. I watch the ball. Well, I'm gonna let you know. Next week, Cowboy plays Sunday night football. So,
ain't no dub. Then ain't no overreaction. At 5, okay.
We gonna do the dub now.
So, Cal, this is what I said. Cal.
Last time y'all ain't do it. That's why I said it.
Well,
that's because I went to the game.
He's very unprofessional.
And the Johnny was already in me before I got home.
Yeah, you don't need to be Johnny. You don't. Yeah, that ain't. I don't think that's good for the brand right now. I think we need to build up our following, build up our loyal fan base before that. We'll let Johnny come later when we want to create controversy and make a show. It's like Prime in Alabama State. When we need to build up to a show, then we'll call Johnny. But that's the off season. It's slow. It ain't in the season. We need some viewers. Johnny is a spring and summer guest.
Stay here for the off season.
yeah, he a spring and summer guest when it's slow news, ain't nothing to talk about. I bring Johnny in, and you get you a coach on that you don't really care for, and let Johnny loose. You know what I'm saying?
That's like, but Johnny comes around like white boy Bob. You
Right.
know, you know who white boy Bob is? Jeremy.
Yo, Martin.
Yeah. Gina's out of control. I'm out of control.
Everybody's out of control.
Everybody's out of control.
How's it going, Martin?
Yeah, man. And people that know you, J Mac, you already, I could already tell. I said, yeah, I ain't taking you seriously. I was like, J Mac, I'm not messing with you. Nope.
I don't know how many times I had to tell you, be like, sir, I'm not doing this with you tonight.
No, man.
That's Will. That's Will favorite saying, Jerry, I ain't fooling with you tonight, man. I ain't fooling with you tonight.
Because I know where it's going. And some days I don't mind you going on your rant, but Johnny got a hold of you, man, and he had some things he been wanting to say for a minute.
Yeah.
And it was built up in Johnny.
And he wanted to pick at people when he was trying to give my boy. I don't know, coach. Coach seemed like a cool cat. I bet he knows some coaches inside. When he was trying to bait him, y'all gonna beat the hell out of Sock, right? And I'm like, oh, come on, J Mac, like, what you doing? What you doing?
I think somebody in the chat was like, "Hey man, lay off, coach, man."
Yeah,
like,
that was mad. That was mad. Man was like, say, man, let's stall him out. Yeah, stall him out.
Hey man, everybody knows.
Setting that boy up to get choked out.
Hey, you know, Mark, they know.
No, they got it. The thing about Woodrow is Woodrow has been the consistent second team in Dallas for 15 years. So you can't play Woodrow like they been at the bottom. They ain't since before Sergio Kendall, which was what, 2005. That's more than 15 years. 2 years ago, Woodrow lost to Lancaster in the second or third round in a dogfight. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, they gonna keep a quarterback because that area we talk about East Dallas, but we don't talk about Lakewood.
Lakewood, that's that
You know what
old
I'm
money.
saying?
That old Dallas money.
But we also know that Lakewood is that country club sport money.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So you're gonna have
You're gonna keep a quarterback.
Yeah.
You know, you're gonna keep some volleyball girls. You know what I'm saying? Long next door, like Brown and Kimball.
They keep
the same thing.
I mean, literally next door.
Yeah, they if Woodrow don't lose their kids to the Ursulines, Jesuits, Bishop Lynch's, they have by far the best athletic feeder school in the city in Dallas ISD, easily.
Yeah.
Athletics altogether, it's not close. They'll win a girls soccer. They'll be the run up in boys soccer. They'll win volleyball. Their boys will be in the Final Four in basketball. Their football team will be in baseball, softball. Their kids are the we gonna go to private school kids if we don't want to go to Woodrow, you know. And so it's they started slow this year, but it seemed like they're getting it going now. It seemed like they starting to roll.
And Coach Bryce, no, I see he came back in the chat, so I guess he finished doing what he's doing. But Coach, you told me 3 weeks ago you gonna beat the shit out of Seaville. Now you told me that, Coach.
Hey, you ain't supposed that's but when they say sources, you know what I'm saying? Like let's do a media training real quick. A 20-second media training. So when how you earn relationships to where you get privy to behind the scenes information and people trust you. Well, you can't expose your sources publicly.
He didn't tell me that in private. He told me
you can't even act like you're doing it.
And then you gotta say if it's a guy that you like, you go, hey, can I talk to you off the record?
Yeah.
One thing I can say is Jeremy, J Mac, ain't never or Johnny ain't never disclosed any private text or conversation.
All right now.
Now break.
No, you only said that 2 weeks ago that you said you was gonna boot up Seagerville ass.
But that was in the group. That's on
But they
public
missed.
record.
What if people missed it? What if they
Well,
missed
that's
it?
their fault. You should be in the group. That's
And
public
even
record.
and more so because Jack, I rocks with Jack. That's my boy at Siggeville. But even more so, they did it. So why you bringing it up like you got to make him say it about the next team? You didn't have to make him say that. He volunteered it.
Yeah, but yeah.
Now you trying to make him. You trying to pull him into a title fight. Like the fight gonna come.
But
No,
hold on,
man, but I want to see somebody with some confidence, man. I mean, they got a good quarterback. Cause he was confident when they was like 0-3.
Yeah.
Coach
I
was
can see that.
telling me when they was like
We're gonna
0-3,
be
he
all
was
right.
like, hey, we ain't worried about it. We gonna end up playing sock for the zone championship. Now, that's what he did. He never did bash talk sock. I will say
Yeah.
that.
No,
He didn't do that
it's respect both ways. I
Yeah,
can tell you that
yeah.
now.
He never said he was gonna beat sock. That's why I was trying to get him to say it. Cause he never said that they were gonna kick sock ass, but he definitely said they're gonna kick everybody else ass.
Yeah. But again, he know his schedule. They've been the class of Dallas. So he should feel that way.
But Jeremy King, you jumped right in
Yeah.
and you gaslighted from the beginning. Hey,
but that's what I
Woodrow's
do, man.
gonna whoop sock butt.
And I believe it. And I hope Coach Todd, you at fourth quarter right now. I hope
Don't nobody believe that you believe that. Now, you if you were saying, you know what, it's gonna be a game, I think Woodrow could pull it off. You know what I'm saying? Because on the flip side, yeah, dog, come on, you
What happens? What happens? What happens?
He's trying to get the man choked out.
What happens if Woodrow wins?
Yeah, shoot, because now that he done said it, even though he joking or it was Johnny, if Woodrow pull it out, J Mac is the prophet Elijah J Mac Muhammad.
I'm the king. I got it on wax.
Hey,
I'm the king.
That boy need to go play he need to go play the lottery and everything else.
If they pull it off, he's a genius.
Pull that shit off, boy. Hey, you know what? You're not allowed to come back on the show no more either, Cal.
Why?
I don't even want to know what happened that game because you might not even be in Dallas no more.
Oh no, I'm bringing him back on. I'm bringing him back on.
Hey, because you're gonna have to play this whole conversation again for him.
Oh yeah, I mean, but again, Ty said all the time, we don't have no problem with it. We can talk. We can get into where it went wrong, what the scheming was, but that don't bother us.
I need to know, Cal. Can you pick games? Cause now we got Coach Allen over here. Coach Allen tearing our ass up.
I'm not. I don't want to pick games because it's a political part to coaching, and I don't want to publicly pick sides. You know what I'm saying? It's some matchups that happen where I personally don't want. Now I tell you what, I give you my analyst talk, like you said, Duncanville, Mansfield. I give you the analysts from what I've watched. But picking the game.
QC last time, Coach. I guess we
what
got to you on all season. I
when?
need raw. I need
what
raw.
What was that QC about?
Even with the Waxahachie DeSoto talk, you was like real QC.
I hadn't seen him, but I said the same thing I said. I had only seen DeSoto. Three things that was said. I had never seen Waxahachie play. I haven't seen Waxahachie play in years since we lost to him in the playoffs. So I don't know what they have or don't have. I'm only gonna go off word of mouth. That was one. Two, Waxahachie hadn't played that caliber opponent. I said that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So that was the question. I needed to see. I'm not finna watch Waxahachie beat up on said team. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I don't. Like you said, well, yeah, we're gonna go watch Everman and Burleson. I'm not going to that. That don't. I'm not going to that. Like we just talked about needing to see kids in situation against certain level opponents. So it's some teams I'm never gonna see. You know what I'm saying? Okay, or I ain't gonna see you till you play somebody that I think got some.
Out of these two games, Coach, which one you picking?
I wish you would say that.
Centennial,
because I go
Alito, or Duncanville, Mansfield.
You saying pick both games?
No, I'm saying pick which game would you want to go to?
Oh, Centennial run a triple option. I probably ain't gonna see that. I'll probably go Duncanville, Mansfield to watch that D line versus run game. Because hey, I give you a I don't know if it's both of them, but I give y'all a. So Mansfield, they run the ball. It's my understanding that Alito's offensive line and I think, but for sure offensive line and running back coach are at Mansfield High now. Hence the jump in production in running game all of a sudden out of nowhere. So I would want to see Mansfield and watch it because I like we played Alito. I like how they did things. I want to see the development part of stuff like Will talked about earlier. So this year one for them, and they back all of a sudden Mansfield got a back that's top in the area and rushing, one of the top rushers. So I just like to see if I had known that, I probably would have went and watched their spring game, and then I probably would have been watching their games. But I just learned that recently. Because when you get a developer on this level at any position, that's the thing that publicly everybody talks about, the head coach and the superstar players. You know what I'm saying? Typically, that's one of the things that make us different. Our assistants are notable. They're around. They talk. People know them. But when you know a cat can develop, if you follow them, you get to watch the levels in coaching. Because people always put it on kids. Oh, it's the kids. Oh, they always got kids. Oh, they got this kid. When you know a developer at any position, you follow him through his career, and when they go to a new school, you watch because it's really just when it's gonna flip, but you wait to see how long it's gonna take. What did the process look like? You know what I'm saying? What was the level of kid? What was the kids before he got there? So it would be Mansfield, Duncanville easily. I don't want to go watch Centennial run triple option to the playoffs. That style don't.
That's Friday.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah,
they both Friday games,
and take Jeremy. Take
Jeremy. Where is it at?
I think it's at Mansfield, ain't it?
We'll take Jeremy with us.
No. Okay, the Burleson game is in Burleson, right?
Yes.
Mansfield.
Now the Duncanville Mansfield game is in Mansfield, right?
But Everman Burleson is in. Oh no, you talking about Centennial?
I'm talking
and Alito.
Centennial.
Yeah. Alito. See, this is the tough part for me. When you say Alito and Duncanville, I don't like wasting regular season games to go see them because they historically are going to be playing when they no other option. So I'm going to see them multiple times. So I don't really like going to watch Duncanville and wasting my trip. I want to go see somebody that hasn't been deep in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like Duncanville gonna be where they always been.
I think for me, it's just I want to go see. I like watching two undefeated teams because it does two things. It goes back to, are we really that good?
Yeah.
And we're close, or are we a product of our schedule?
Yeah. Nah, I feel that.
So
that make a lot of sense.
I want to see who Mansfield really is. And if they play DeSoto, they play Duncanville tight and tough, then
it showed me something.
Then that's better for the district.
Yeah.
Where's the game at?
I gotta see, but I think it's in Mansfield. I think it's at Newman.
I'll tell you.
Okay.
I definitely want to go check it out. I just feel like you're gonna get that.
On that.
You're gonna get because you gotta think about it. Mansfield, they feel like they're gonna have something to prove too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For them, it's a litmus test for them. Who are we?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And they I think somebody said they struggled against legacy. You see what I'm saying? And that's what we was talking about earlier, Cal. Is if you're an undefeated team and you're struggling against a 1-5 team, or you really an undefeated team?
Ironically, that's somebody that jumped on the internet.
That's just one of those things.
Ironically, that was a DeSoto fan that at the same time said on the internet, Mansfield gonna beat Duncanville. So don't pay that no attention.
Hey, I ain't got my thing open. Who said you don't believe in your program? Who will? You got to play with confidence.
Oh, that was Bryce.
Oh, okay. Bryce. Yeah. Straight up. I was trying to see the context. Yeah.
Oh no, I take that back.
That was his way of saying.
Next week? Is this week 9 or week 8?
Week 8.
This is week 8.
Because we play 7 games and we ain't had a bye. This our bye, so it's week 8. What you say, Will?
I was about to say that was his way of saying he gonna kick y'all butt.
Hey man,
He don't want
we
he don't
welcome
want to
it.
say it publicly. He don't
Nah,
want to say it
I mean,
publicly.
he should feel like they can. He should. Yeah, I don't. That
It's,
type of stuff ain't never personal to me. It ain't never. It don't never bother me. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, I respect it. I don't respect the coach who don't say nothing and then talks after the game. That's who I don't respect. You know, but I'm a former player. If you got confidence and you feel how you feel, fine. That's my
It's at
personality.
Duncanville.
Oh, okay.
It's
That
at
makes it more
I'm
Duncanville.
gonna
convenient.
I'm gonna talk that
Ooh,
noise regardless,
oh,
Jay.
Hey
I
man,
might
I
have
You
to.
know
think
what
I
I
I might have
mean?
might
to switch gears on that.
Thursday.
I
Yeah,
might have to
I
switch
probably go
gears
to
on
that one.
that. Yeah,
Yeah, I might have to
yeah.
go
Yeah,
to that on
I'm
Friday.
going to that one.
But I'm
Yeah.
I'm
Hey,
interested in the
Coach Ward, I
Thursday
got a
game
question
because
for you.
What's
oh
up,
go
man?
ahead. Go ahead.
So, uh, I've been at all of the. This is a North Shore Duncanville question. I've been at
Okay.
all of those games. I was there for the Hail Mary.
Uh
I was there when they came back and beat them that year, and I was
huh.
there last year. They usually match up on paper.
Yeah,
Athlete
they
for athlete,
pretty
the
even
physical. It's the same
both
brand of
times.
football.
Uh huh.
So, is it a case where North Shore just has this particular team's number every time they come up against them? What seems to be the missing element to where they haven't been able to get over the hump? Because North Shore came in with the freshman quarterback who made the big play at the end to Armandor on a
Hmm.
post route to seal the deal. But before then it was kind of neck and neck. I'd seen
Yeah.
Duncanville beat South Lake Carroll, which was a very good offensive team, and I thought their defense was better last year. But one of the best defenses I've seen in the state. But they just seem to not be able to get over the hump. From an analyst's point of view, what do you think has been the Achilles heel? What's keeping them from getting over the hump to get that state championship? Every time that they run in the North Shore.
I think the biggest thing that I've never seen anybody publicly guess is continuity on the coaching staff. This North Shore staff has been together for a long time. Willie Gaston, the OC, has been there. So when you've been in these games, you function differently, especially with the people around you when they don't change much. I mean, our defensive staff is a good example of that. Um, I think
Right.
Duncanville doesn't have that luxury. It's been the first time they
Coaches
played
keep getting plucked off the staff.
every time. The coordinators continuously are
Right.
changing and the staff around them. So that is what wins you
Right.
those games. You know what I'm saying? It's the understanding, the adjustment, this is what we do, this is what gives us problems. He knows that. He knows how to prep his kids to do this. He not like those small things when you start talking about a staff. I think more than anything, that is what has hurt Duncanville the most to me. On both sides of the ball. The blind eye, it looked like kids just making plays. But when I talked to Willie Gaston this summer at coaching school, we talked for about an hour joking and down at coaching school in San Antonio. Matt Stepp actually introduced us. And he said, y'all a lot alike. And we started talking. And he said, man, well, we felt like they weren't going to put pressure on us to have to score. So we had a baby that had to manage it. We felt like we had that post the whole game. We didn't throw it until, that goes into what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? If it's a new OC, you're not able to feel that way and know your kids the same. Even though it's week 16, you don't learn your kids in one season. That ain't how this game works. That's not how coaching works. So I think it's come down to the consistency in the staff on both. I think it's a tough hurdle to overcome. I think Duncanville defensively, I feel like they're doing things that I would have liked to have seen them do, like as far as they're doing more coverage stuff and the personnel. But you look, the coordinator now, Ramel Borner, has been at Duncanville since the beginning. So you're dealing with a situation that you kind of talking about. You know what I'm saying? They got a new secondary guy, but it's still the guy. You see what I'm saying? From an offensive perspective, it's Peterman who is experienced in these situations because everybody else that's been in that seat hasn't had no experience until they got in the seat at Duncanville. We talking about in a state championship caliber. You get them coming to the season saying we're gonna go to the state championship. We're gonna win it. You know what I'm saying? Peterman gives a different feel for it. You know what I mean? So you know, I feel like if any, you know, especially with North Shore quarterback going down, I feel like if any year, because I did feel like North Shore with that kid, this was the first year I would have came in feeling like it was they were a little more top heavy, just because he's, you know, you talking about a Cam Newton kind of kid. You know what I mean? That's different.
As a sophomore.
Now, yes, as a sophomore who played the state championship and won it last year. So he really ain't a sophomore, you know. This year I like Duncanville's chances. I do. I like, you know, you had those tough games. Everybody wants you to beat everybody by 50 every game. But, you know, I do like, we've seen them versus us, versus Jones. It was a good game at halftime. Last week versus Wax. We've seen them in games where somebody matched them and they came out and was a championship football team. And that's what you're looking for. You know, a team that wins by 50 every week is untested to me. You know what I mean? Will, you muted yourself.
He need to mute himself because we ain't gonna be on here to 1 o'clock.
I just feel like
Go ahead,
Duncanville
Will.
gonna win. I feel like Duncanville gonna win the state championship. That's it.
Yeah, I hope so.
I hope they do. I hope they pull it out this year.
Hey, I was looking through the schedule. It is some good games, man, going on this week.
I ain't looked at it. I'm gonna look at it when I get to my desk tomorrow.
I am interested because I want to see Conrad go beat Seagoville in Seagoville. I'm gonna pick Conrad on that.
You're not gonna pick Conrad.
I'm picking Conrad. Watch.
You're not picking Conrad, man.
I ain't picking Seagoville no more till next year.
I mean, and if Matt Step picks before you, you're gonna pick whatever he picked.
Well, Matt, hey, that's his boy. The head coach at Conrad is Matt Boy. He gonna pick Conrad. Watch what I tell you.
He's not gonna pick Conrad.
Watch what I tell you. Watch. Hey, and the toilet bowl. We got the toilet bowl. Skyline at Cedar Hill.
Ooh.
One of them teams ain't gonna win a game.
No. They gonna both beat Legacy.
The loser of that game will not win a game.
Both of those teams will beat Mansfield Legacy.
Oh,
I hope. I guess that's me talking about. That's me. I'm hoping. So
that's your Johnny. I'm telling you.
Well, isn't that the same Mansfield Legacy team that took Mansfield to the wire last week?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Skyline ain't got no more fight in them. They done.
That's tough.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Cedar Hill ain't got no more fight in them. They done.
Now
I ain't seen Cedar Hill this year, but I know it's been a tough run.
Yeah, but you know one
Coach
thing about
Todd said Skyline already lost to them.
Oh, Legacy. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Oh no. Oh,
it's the toilet bowl. I'm trying to tell y'all. It's the toilet bowl. Whoever lose that game ain't gonna win a game.
I'm not going to that, man. I'm not going to go spend my free time watching no bad football, man. You know how much bad football I've had to endure this year?
Technically.
Yeah, hey, Will, this the time of year where you ain't gotta do it no more.
No,
that's why I'm nervous about Duncanville because they still got way too many penalties. Way too many penalties.
Man, I went to that North Crowley game. Cal, that was one of the most cleanest, efficient games that I have ever seen. I mean, it wasn't a whole lot of penalties. The only penalties was on the kid at Boswell.
Number 19.
Number 19.
Hey, but I say this. Will I say this? Something I learned from Todd, who the refs are. It's like you said. If you undefeated, but you in a dogfight with a 1-5 team, you might really be a 1-5 team, right? Depending on who your refs are, depend on how clean you actually are playing. That's part of picking refs. So you may feel like you don't see a lot of yellow flags, but you know that it's different chapters are known for different things. Some chapters are flag heavy, so it depends on who you pick, and that's why you gotta kind of.
But do you think that do you think DISD is more flag heavy district than other
The
districts?
Dallas chapter,
The
Yeah.
Dallas
or you
Independent
just
School
saying the schools getting flags in football?
So when I'm watching, it's people who get flags in football, right? So meaning like the actual team. So when I go watch our DISD team, I can't watch the game through because there's so many penalties and we're gonna be there all night. And it's a
You
slow
gotta
game.
you gotta also, yeah, that slow game, yes. You also gotta factor in, Will, a lot of these games are hood rivalry games where the refs have to try to keep control of the game. So if you go to said Carter and Kaufman, Carter may have 3 penalties against Kaufman, but you go to Carter and Hutch or Carter and Kimball, they may have 15. Not just because they're playing sloppy, but they're more chippy, and the refs are trying to keep control of it, because that's the first thing, the refs let that get out of control. People say that all the time. In those games, you as a ref have to go in like we know who is playing. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying the game is
Yeah.
fast. I'm not saying they playing good football. I'm saying you got to keep in mind who the opponents are. If Kyle Ward and Will Carr are playing, be ready to throw flags, because we know each other. We gonna talk. We gonna do a little extra shoulders. You know what I'm saying? But we can get in the game with somebody else, and it's not as personal, or we not playing the mental game as much, and that stuff don't go on. So you see what I'm saying? So with
Yeah.
them flags, it's sticky with them. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, but when you got that on top of bad football, bro, that's
It's
still a long
tough.
football game.
It's tough
You,
to
you know
watch.
what I'm saying?
It's tough to watch.
Like when I go watch a DISD team, like two DISD teams, like that's a long football game,
It's tough to
and
prep
and
for. Will.
yeah, and it wears on you. You know what I'm saying? Like it drains you mentally to sit there and watch. You know what I mean? So when I go watch a North Crowley, or I go outside of or I go outside of the district and I watch other teams, it's a much better brand of football. And a
Yeah.
lot of it has to do with what you're saying. I understand that. But a lot of it
Yeah.
too also is just better
Yeah.
freaking football.
Yeah, no question about that. I was just talking about the flags, because a lot of times, we done played Toledo twice, and I think both times they had more flags than us. They beat us the first
Well,
time, we beat them the second time, and
here's
I'm
the
just
thing,
saying
Cal.
perceptually.
Cal, before I
Well,
get, I want to
and
watch this
that's the funny
defensive
thing
play.
is that these
Okay.
refs, black refs ref in the black game, black school, they are less likely to throw penalties in your favor. Meaning what I've seen is like say for example, I remember you remember the Gilmer and Roosevelt
Belt.
game.
I already knew.
Did you remember
I
that
already knew
game
what
when
you was
they
going to
played in
say.
Mesquite Memorial?
Yeah, that was rough. Yeah.
You remember that game?
Yeah.
Like that was one of the games where I literally saw referees take over a game.
Right.
Literally. And I sat there and watched this black referee throw so many penalties on Roosevelt that it wasn't even funny. And Coach Traylor, who was the head coach of UTSA, was over there giving them the blues. And they threw every flag against Roosevelt that you could think of. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
You run into those games. That's why you got to, again.
But I heard in that game that my man didn't he let them choose the referees.
You see what I'm saying? I learned that I
Yeah.
don't know where Ty got it from. I don't know if he got it from Coach Samples, but I learned the value of who you choose from Coach Ty. And that is very important. People look for flags to say if you're playing a clean game. It's about them refs. Who wearing them striped shirts? Who are they? You know what I'm saying? That's big depending on your brand of football. Some teams, they don't play aggressive like that. They're a finesse team. I'm a girls basketball fan. That's big because if you get a physical team and then you get a girly finesse team, the ref's job in basketball is to balance it. You know what I'm saying? The foul count should be even. Football not like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's tough, and it got a lot to do with them refs. It does. What
Make
you were
sure you
saying, J-Mac?
go check my baby out at Red Oak. Then she balling at Red Oak.
Okay. Oh, she played for Red Oak Girls.
Yeah, she played for Red Oak.
Okay. Oh yeah,
But
I
want you
catch a
to watch
game this
this.
year. Then.
Oh yeah, you got to, coach. You got to. But I'm gonna play you this. I want to see these videos. I want you to tell this is a great DB play. I want you to tell me what you think of it. Hold on.
Okay.
Coach, that was the game winner.
Well, what game? What against who?
That was the North Crowley Boswell game.
Oh, I seen it before. It didn't pop up just then. I don't know where. I didn't see it, but I've seen that play.
Oh,
nah, I'm sitting here looking at y'all, looking around like, am I supposed to be seeing? But I have seen the play. Yeah, I've seen the play. Yeah, I saw that play like 2 or 3 times this weekend. Obviously, because it was a big play. Now that was textbook though.
That kid had a hell of a game because he had an interception earlier.
Hey, Will, but that go back to your refs too, Will, because it's some refs that would have thrown one on him, and it was clean.
And I'm surprised he didn't because
you see what I'm saying? That who the ref is depends. Are they gonna let you play? Are they gonna let you do certain things? Because when I look at that, I'm like, yeah, that's a great play. You know, but it's some refs that would have threw the flag and I'd have been like, oh, come on. You know, but now that was a good play. They playing some high level ball right now.
But that's the thing though. They threw the flag a couple of times to even get them down there. Before Boswell to even get to the point where they was at, they had two 15-yard penalties that got them to the point where they could make that make that throw. Like they had them on 3rd down a couple times that got bailed out by penalties. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and one of them was a pass interference. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that they let him make that play at the end, like you say, it spoke volumes because in that drive, that same play, you know what I mean? Was a pass interference.
Because you still talking about human error and personalities. Yeah. So you got some refs that at the end of the game they want it in their hands. So you know what I'm saying. And then you got some refs who they like we gonna let the kids play. It just depends on who you're dealing with.
And it's some refs who just don't like the coaches.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And it's some refs who are afraid to piss off the team too, the one of the teams, because you get picked as refs. Yeah. It go deeper than people realize.
Man, Coach Paul just sent me a text. Now, Coach Paul got a disciplined team. They ain't got an undisciplined team. They play good ball. And they kicked the hell out of whoever that Tyler team they played.
Yeah, John Tyler or whatever
they
call it now.
13 flags for 135 yards through on them.
Where was that game at?
It was in Tyler, and that's what he's telling me is. He telling me
look at the matchup and look at because again we talking about East Texas refs who you want to continue to be penciled in.
Yeah,
in Tyler, and screw Lancaster. Coach Paul ain't finna sign me up for no game, no playoff games. You see what I'm saying? Like that's a part of it. Like I have to appeal. That's and it's in the game. Like I don't think it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of the game. That's what makes it tough to go different places and play different places. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I was, I was saying them long.
Even in Friday Night Lights, But that's just like Friday Night Lights, that scene where Coach James and them sitting there talking about where they're going to play the game at, what referees, you know what I'm saying, they're going to use. You know what I mean? Like that's some real stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember Coach James, and I would ask him, I used to ask him why they always, like, did some of the things that they did, right? Just out of curiosity. I didn't know. I was a kid. Hell, he picked me up every morning to go watch film. So I would listen to other things that they had going on, and I would ask questions. And a lot of it too, man, was that when we go play those East Texas teams, when we used to play Marshall and all them cats back to back, I remember when we went down to Marshall and we played them my senior year in high school. I never forget this. Well, actually, it happened to us twice. So my junior year, we played them. Sophomore year, we played them. And they literally took all the water out of the locker room. And they turned the air conditioner off out of the locker room. We played them the first, second game of the season. And they put soda in the locker room. So we didn't have no water. We had soda to drink. And we was drinking shit because whatever. By the end of the game, the whole damn team cramping. You know what I mean? So when you go to East Texas, you have to expect different things. You know what I'm saying?
Who said the mob? That must be Todd.
Like part of that is right, the mob. For real. Hey, but the cool thing about that is they came back to Lowe's, and we played them at Lowe's the next year and beat the living hell out of them. But they definitely got us. They got us twice, though, Todd. They got us twice for real, man. Like Marshall was ruthless back in the day, dog. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. They was something special. But that's that East Texas thing. Like seriously, you literally got to start making better decisions in coaching, and that's the thing that kind of surprises me is a lot of times our coaches are not well prepared.
Yeah. He freezing up. That's the guy saying that we need to get our ass off the damn internet.
Man, I'm finna be up watching film and grade. That's why I ain't tripping.
Mark, don't be afraid to come back, man. We don't always stay this long. I'm lying. But
it's really my fault. They almost always stay long when I come.
I gotta go to sleep.
Hey, but before we go, hey, you got a link anytime you want it, homie. You already know with me. All you gotta do, everybody that know me, if we cool, you say hit me, send me a link, I'm gonna send it. I'm that dude. But since we done stayed on this long, I'm gonna play this long ass interview Coach Carr had with Coach Gates because he couldn't shut up.
I'm gonna get out of here, fellas. I ain't messing with y'all.
That damn interview was long as hell, but it's gonna be on the way out. So it's on the way out.
All right, fellas, I'm getting out of here.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna play it, man. We holler at y'all.
Man, great. My name is Money Green. I'm in 12th grade, and then I play quarterback.
All right, so man, listen, you're a big cornerback, by the way. Right? How tall are you?
6 foot.
6 foot. All right, so look, you had a great game, man. I saw you tonight. You was really active. They tried you early. You shut it down. You ended up shutting down half of the field. Tell me what was your mindset going into this game, knowing you're playing against a good quarterback?
My mindset was, if I shut down one side, then you got the other side just got to shut down the other side, and we should be fine the whole time the rest of the game.
Okay, so that ended up happening. So anyway, your counterpart ended up getting a lot of action. He made him play at the end when he caught the interception. So tell me, going into this game, or during the course of this game, what was you thinking on that last drive? Did you think they was going to come to you, or did you visualize you making a play?
See me, I was just waiting for him to come to my side, because the whole game they wasn't coming to my side whenever I had got in. So then I was waiting for my opportunity to come.
All right. So, well, who looking at you? Tell me about your recruit.
I got University of St. Mary, and then I got other JUCO ones. I forgot the name of them.
So I'm gonna do you a solid, bro. You keep playing the way you played tonight, I promise you're gonna have D1 by the end of the year. All right, keep your head up, keep grinding, man. Congratulations, heck of a game. Keep pushing, all right? Congratulations, 6-0. You gotta tell me how that feels, man. Tell me how it feels right now. And getting a 6th win against a great team like Boswell, right?
Absolutely.
So tell me about it.
Man, elated, man. I'm so proud of our kids right now. Being able to come into this game under the circumstances, we were missing 3 defensive guys for the first half of the game. Played some younger guys. They stepped up, and they held the rope. We got down early. We hadn't been down at all this year. And this is the first game that we were down early, 9-0. We were able to, close the gap 8-9 at halftime. And I knew at that point that we were going to be all right because we were getting the other dogs back.
Now, this is a physical game. Both sides of the ball. You guys are physical, they was physical. Now, there's some things going back and forth in that game that it was a clean game, right? So you didn't have a lot of feelings like it was truly a game.
Yes.
Now, the thing that I thought was really impressive, when they went for 2, got it. Y'all came back down, put it in the end zone.
Yes.
Right? Answer. Now, at 4 minutes left to go in the game, you was milking the clock. Why you didn't take a shot in the end zone once 5 went out?
Take a shot when?
When 5 went out.
The cornerback for them.
Well, at that point in time, we had talked about it. We wanted to run the ball because we did take a shot. We took the shot down, backed up, and we wanted to make sure we were on the plus side of the field. We wanted to make sure that we got another run in, and I had talked to him about it, and it was probably the next play after that they brought him back in. He wasn't out very long. But in that situation, if you're running the ball well, you want to be able to lean on teams. Because in the playoffs, when you're playing games, the competition is going to be better. You have to lean. And I felt like, we were trying to, and we did that. The only time tonight that we were bad in the run game is whenever we got behind the chains on the penalty.
Right.
That's the only thing that really stopped us. We found the formation that we liked, so we ran the ball pretty much effectively in the second half.
Now, what was really impressive, the worst thing that ever possibly happened was kicking the 1-yard punt.
Oh.
Right? That was the worst thing that could ever happen in that situation.
Right.
Pin them down, they got a ways to go.
Right.
Clock on your side, you got a chance to win that.
Right.
But now you give them a short field, they go down. What was you telling your defense before that last play?
There's no BCD with us. No BCD. No blaming, no complaining, no defending. No excuses. We don't hear that. So it doesn't matter what it is. It is what it is. Play's over. We talk about flushing mentality. Make a play, flush it. Don't make a play, flush it. This is the scenario. How will we respond? So it doesn't matter. The situation is we got to go get a stop, and let's go get it. We wouldn't rather have it any other way. Defense, I told them, all we need is one more point to them. Find a way. They got us up offensively. Let's go close the game.
Man, congratulations, Coach. Man, I love watching you play, man, and I love watching you coach, man. It is truly a pleasure, man. It's like I come to these games and I love watching good football, man, and you are an inspiration to all these kids, this community, and to the DFW, man. Keep doing what you're doing, man. We so freaking proud of you, bro. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I just loved watching. Coach, the way you looked at that man, dog, it was just like, it was so beautiful. You looked at man like, I just love watching you, Coach. I just love watching your team. I just love.
I love good football, man. I love great coaches, man.
I ain't gonna lie, though.
You know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie.
I love hey, if it wasn't for them whole ass Boswell coaches trying to say something under their breath, I had a great time.
Yeah,
I love that whole experience, man. The game was beautiful. And that's why I'm nervous about going to watch Duncanville, because now, because of Coach Carr, I don't want to watch a game full of penalties. I just don't. I do not want to see the flags on the field. I want to see a good, clean game, competitive, hard hitting, and just not a bunch of dumb penalties.
North Carolina gave you that, though. They gave you everything you asked for.
They gave us everything. It was a great game. Like I said, hey, man, it was great. It was worth the drive. I drove home happy because I watched a great game. That was a great game to experience. And it was a long ass interview, but it was a great interview. I'm gonna put that interview on YouTube tomorrow. So appreciate you, Coach.
All right, baby. You be good, man.
We out.
No doubt.
Watch this.
Next, football talk is a big hit. Sunday nights to Wednesday nights, we striking a match cause we lit. Y'all know the name, we call it the dub. On Friday nights, it feel like a club. Getting that VIP treatment on the sideline, they showing us love. Great interviews, go hugs, putting in work, go good. Texas youth and high school talking to page on Facebook, hold up. Coach Carter still on the scene, giving advice, he do what he mean. Jay Mack and Swaggy Big, rocking the gear, it's so clean.
Big guys and go easy, off the easy for cheesy. With my steppers, our special kids, making plays so easy. Trying to win, we so greedy. All our fans are so needy, cause they need to hear them talk about that club. We do it for the dub. We do it for the dub. We do it for the dub.